Nearly a year after Pedro was crowned champion, the Bren Chong Cup is back. You don't know what the Bren Chong Summer Edition is? It's a Clash Royale 1v1 tournament where you can compete against the best players in the world for a piece of the $6,000 prize pool. This Summer Edition consists of 3 stages. 12 qualifiers on August 25th, 26th, and 27th. From there we get the 12 names that will join the group stage. That second stage will be played from August 28th to September 4th. There, the 12 qualifiers and the elite players of Clash Royale will be fighting for a place in the playoffs. The finals will be played from September 5th to September 8th and will bring together the top 32 players from the group stage in a double elimination bracket. This is how we'll find the new champion in the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. To make sure the whole community has access to this content, the streams will be in Spanish, English, Portuguese, German, Italian, and French. To keep up with all the news, guest players, and broadcast schedules, go ahead and download Appgrade, available both on iOS and Android. You can keep up with the news by following Rebel Amar and AMG on all social media. And of course, thanks to our sponsors, Bren Chong, AMG, Appgrade, and CWA. Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. Don't you miss it. Don't you miss it indeed, and of all the days that you don't want to miss, man, this one might be the biggest, the most important. The day you don't want to miss of the group stage, some of the biggest names in Clash Royale. SoKing, Surgical Goblin, Morton, Kodigo, Lince, Flash, Wallace, and Nicoco, our lineup for the final day, the last day of the group stage, and it's going to be a good one, folks. Hello, welcome. I'm Rich Slaton, caster for Clash Royale League, also here with you for the entirety of the Bren Chong Cup. We are on day 8, the last day of the group stage. After this, it's 4 days of our round of 32. We're going to be going to a double elimination bracket, but right now we have 4 more players to choose, 4 more players to fight their way in to that top 32. How does this work? Of course, we are in the final of our groups. In each group, the players have played a round robin, meaning all 8 players play the other 7 in their group, 7 matches total per player. The top 4 at the end of the day move on to the round of 32 to our bracket stage. The bottom 4 are eliminated and go home to try to regroup for the next time they get a shot at it. Today, of course, our lineup, as we've already mentioned before, pretty star-studded. Some good matchups, former teammates on here, longtime rivals on here. Of course, everyone wants to see Surgical Goblin face off against Morton. That one will be on today. And if we go take a look, and this was part of the pre-stream, but I'll put it up here now, who has qualified so far. These are our qualifiers from the other previous groups, and it's been a good mix so far of very well-known CRL pros and some players who maybe you aren't as familiar with if you don't watch and don't follow the entire competitive Clash Royale scene. But a lot of talent from top to bottom, a lot of younger players, newer players, less known players getting a big shot as they move on to that round of 32, which is going to be a huge, huge, huge bracket. And of course, some players who may already be signed to CRL teams if you follow them on Twitter, if you've seen their It's Official posts, but we don't know where they've ended up yet. So very, very exciting to see some of these young players in the mix today. And of course, a lot of the big-time stars making it all the way through to the next stage as well. Yesterday, we finished off with Group G, and of course, some big names there. But today, it's all about Group H. You all want to see Surgical Goblin and Morton go head-to-head again. 3 members of the same squad all here together. Dignitas with Codigo, Lince, and Flash all here. Wallace, who it seems may have gotten signed to a team within the last few hours, last 24 hours or so. And then Nicoco routing things out. But a lot of talent up at the top, and we'll see if some of these rivalries do get made deeper and deeper as today goes on. And just take a look at the overlay here. And let me go ahead and take off our second, that's our second run. There we go. We're starting off today with Kodigo and Nicoco. from the same country going head-to-head today. On the right-hand side of the screen, you will see first the top section, the ranking. That's going to be the win-loss overall. That's the first most important thing. Of your 7 matches throughout the day, what's your win-loss record? That's the #1 decider on being in the top 4 or bottom 4. You also see percentage. That's the game win percentage. A 2-0 win is worth more than a 2-1 win when we come down to tiebreakers. So if it had the same win-loss record overall in matches, that head-to-head is #2, but #3 is overall win rate. Games won, games lost. So that can be very, very important. We've seen it be important already at this stage in the event. The top 4 will keep changing along with the bottom 4. If you're in the blue, you're going through. If you're in the orange, you're done. Down at the bottom, just for fun, you'll see, of course, rankings by country. That's the overall win rate of the players representing each country. Right now, Adriel of the Dominican Republic put together a great performance in his group stage, which is why you see them at the top down there on that bottom right-hand side of your screen. South Korea has been pretty solid as well with TNT and Jupiter King. You'd expect that. So we'll see if some countries can push their way up here in their win rates. Obviously, 2 Colombians. And they're going to be kind of 50-50 to start off because one's going to win, one's going to lose. We might get a 60-40, 50-50, whatever it might be. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And of course, as you can see, the schedule for broadcast on the left-hand side of the screen. Not every single match will be shown today. Some will take place off-stream. But all the big stuff, all the best stuff, you will see right here the entire way through. Match #1 about to start, guys. And while we're waiting here, don't forget to subscribe to my channel. That's in the comments or in the chat right now. Subscribe to the channel, ring the bell for notifications, do all the important things so you never miss a moment of this great event. Coming up first, Kodigo, the CRL Pro for Dignitas, up against Nicoco, who I believe was one of the 12 qualifiers from the Open qualifiers that were held last week, or week before. Yeah, last week. Week before last. They were held a while ago. So let's go ahead and jump into our first match of the day. Codigo will be at the bottom of your screen. Nicoco at the top. And of course, this is a battle of countrymen. And Codigo did a great job representing his country in the no-tilt worlds. Took them pretty far ahead, actually, overall in the standings. I believe that they made it to the top 8. I'll double-check that one, of course. But Codigo really had a good performance overall, and his country did outperform expectations, and he was a big part of that, especially because of his play in the 2v2 set throughout that event. Yeah, there you go. Colombia getting 4th at the No-Tilt Worlds. So it looks like Codigo might be going Ram Rider here versus Nicoco, who looks like he's pig so far, and there you go. Ram Rider does go in to the left-hand side. Nicoco is an 8.5K player. 8,555 his personal best on ladder. Playing primarily with Hens Esports. Put up a #5 finish in May of this year. That's no joke. You break that top 10, top 20, you're starting to get to rarefied air over there. Mikey, thank you very much for the winter chicken dinner. Do appreciate it. There are no bans yet because this is the format today. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. Ban on first loss. So once you lose, you get a ban. But game #1 is always played with no bans. We will be showing Morton versus Surgical Goblin, guys. It's just later in the day. So I did not show you the entire broadcast schedule, just the first half of it. But if there were matches you didn't see on there that you're like, that has to be being shown on the broadcast today, yes, it is. They will just be shown later in the second half. And I will show you guys that schedule in a little bit. Codigo is going to be doing his 2nd season with Dignitas, barring any sort of sudden last-minute changes. Spent his first 3 seasons in Clash Royale League with Cream Esports before the Cream Real Betis merger. Coming in 2nd place in CRL Latin America, despite Cream having a great season the whole way through, a little bit of a stumble there at the end. Vivo Key, a.k.a. Javi Catorze, carrying all the way through to take Cream's spot in the World Finals. 2 more seasons of Cream didn't quite turn out how Kodigo hoped, and now with Dignitas, seeing if they can't get back to former form. So it's RG for Nicoco, which is interesting with this deck. You don't see a ton of RG Barbhut right now. Barbhut's typically, you see the Barbhut Heal Spirit, you're mostly thinking Royal Hogs. We are also co-streaming this on Trovo, so if you want to check out and join the Trovo fam, squad up. You're welcome to join right now. Nicoco has it pretty well locked down. Morton and Surge have not played yet, and oh, look at that. Clash Royale esports in the building. Hey, the prospect of Morton and Surgical Goblin going head-to-head one more time draws out everybody. Royal Giant at the bridge, Skeletons and Heal Spirit behind. And that's 3 Skeleton Dragons to the right-hand side. That's going to be a lot of support DPS. But still not able to stop that Inferno Dragon from burning down the RG, though a second RG will slide on through. Ram Rider to the left-hand side. Log will knock it back. This RG very, very healthy. A lot of shots from the Royal Giant on the right-hand side. All that DPS, all that stun could not stop it. 396 in the right-hand lane. Nicoco completely in control here in game number 1. Barbhut holding on the right-hand side. That's going to be it, folks. There's no real way at this stage for Kodigo to battle back. Nicoco takes the Battle of Colombians. Game number 1. GG, well played. A nice showing for the lesser-known player here in his debut. So lesser known, he's only a silhouette. Kunal Jain saying that Nicoco plays ladder with the Pheno Final Form deck, so he knows more about heavy RG decks. Sure. I've played that Pheno Final Form deck a little bit. Ash and I, we did a best of 5. We did choose to have one game that was with toxic decks, and I went with that one. He knew what it was immediately. So here we go, game number 2 on its way in just a moment. And again, I'll pop back out here for a second, guys, because I saw some of you being like, hey, wait, what about Morton Surgical Goblin? Here we go. Here's the second portion of the broadcast. And Morton Surgical Goblin, there you go. So that's going to be the second half of today. So don't you worry, guys. You'll get to see it. It'll be right here. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Choosing not to exercise his ban, in this case, is Codigo, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday with Dip on the line. Some players choosing not to ban, mostly because they don't know what they'll do with the ban in that case, especially if you haven't prepped decks for a specific matchup. So we've seen that quite a bit here so far in these BO3s, and that's a good Heal Spirit. And you can see the big wow from Nicoco. Yeah, Heal Spirit versus Poison is absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Because of that tick rather than the shot, Heal Spirit has really changed the game for Graveyard this season overall. We saw a Graveyard dominant season, especially Graveyard Barbhut in our last month. This month, the Royal Recruits... The Recruits buff, therefore the Royal Recruits buff, not to mention Fisherman becoming more popular. All those pieces together have made things a little harder, and then you add in Heal Spirit on top of that. So Heal Spirit, Skeleton Dragons, Heal Spirit, Royal Recruits, Heal Spirit, basically anything, especially if there's some swarminess to it. You got a pretty good counter for Poison overall, making Graveyard a lot more difficult to play these days. Nilov asking, what makes these players to be the top players when we understand the gameplay as well as they do? Well, Nilov, that's a question, is do you understand the gameplay as well as they do? Most of these players have high finishes on ladder, multiple grand challenges won, and of course many of them have won open tournaments, made it onto major esports teams. But hey, here's my challenge to you there, Nilov. If you understand the game as well as they do, this event had 12 open qualifiers. And these kind of events happen all year, and that's a big part of Clash Royale esports supporting these kind of initiatives where there are opportunities for everyone to play and mix it up with the pros. So if you believe that you have the same skill level of these players, put your money where your mouth is. Come out, qualify, show the world how good you are, and maybe I'll be casting your match next time. I hope so. It's always fun to find new talent. Kodigo locking things down on the right-hand side. And that's going to be a GG well played. Kodigo takes game number 2, not even needing the balloon. Skeleton Dragons, Royal Recruits, and the Tennis Ball, aka Heal Spirit, totally capable of shutting down this graveyard deck. Good matchup for Kodigo. Let's check out the post-game stats, powered by Royale API. And it only gives a slight matchup advantage to Kodigo's deck. This variation of Graveyard does fare better because of the Ice Wiz and NATO together than a lot of the current Graveyard variants. And we'll see if Nicoco chooses to go with a ban in this case or not. If you are just joining, don't forget to subscribe. Kunal asking, did Sir Tag give Heal Spirit the name of Tennis Ball? Yes, I believe so. We're waiting to see if Nicoco does choose a ban here for this next game. Of course, here is our lineup all the way around. And we'll see if Nicoco just goes for what he's known for on ladder, or if he goes with something a little bit different. And Ncoo currently not responding, so we'll see. Morton has not played yet, blank space. And guys, every player today is playing 7 times. That's how a round robin works. So all the players you see will play all the players that you see over there. So Morton will play 7 times against Codigo, Nicoco, Flash, Lince, SoKing, Surgical Goblin, and Wallace. Some of those will be on stream, some of those will not because of time constraints. But don't worry, let me show you guys one more time. Check this out, boom. Morton, Surgical Goblin will assuredly be on stream. Come on. Heal Spirit, the ban for Nicoco. Not a big surprise there. Arafa asking if 2 players have the same win-loss and win percentage, what's the next criteria? Well, before win percentage is head-to-head. So the first tiebreaker is the direct head-to-head between 2 players. So if 2 players have the same win-loss rate, 4 and 3, for example, whoever won their head-to-head matchup has the advantage. In the event of a 3-way tie with head-to-head matchups, then it is win percentage. And in the event of a tie and win percentage, then it goes to crowns. Igor did qualify yesterday. I'll show you guys the qualifying players later today. So looks like a P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam variant out of Nicoco, which P.E.K.K.A. certainly not meta right now. The meta is super duper swarmy and certainly has favored the Mega Knight over the P.E.K.K.A. So curious to see Nicoco going with what I'm guessing is a P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam variation. And for those of you who are interested in keeping along with a lot of these open tournaments, or open qualifiers for tournaments such as these ones, you can follow me on Twitter. Also go ahead and follow Revel Amar and AMG on Twitter. And of course, if you aren't following Clash Royale esports, they often publicize these as well. So Kodigo running Skeleton Barrel Mortar, the most popular mortar deck in the game right now, with the Miner being nerfed a bit. And it shifted away from Mortar Bait and Mortar Miner over towards the Skeleton Barrel deck, and it does create a lot of pressure. You can see Nicoco maybe getting spread a little bit thin here. And rather than zapping or e-whizzing here, decided to set up for a big-time push. Will he get anything in front of those dragons? Yes, he does. Bandit comes down. And Kodigo should have an easy time protecting here. Lots of swarm against this P.E.K.K.A. And for those of you who want to be able to watch this completely in portrait mode vertically, I see Peter Ivanov asking about quote-unquote the small screen. Well, this is designed to be watched in landscape mode, horizontal mode, but if you want to watch it in full screen portrait mode, go ahead and open up this broadcast in your YouTube browser rather than in the YouTube app and use pinch to zoom, and you can make the gameplay full screen that way. Codigo completely in control all the way through this one. Very interesting deck choice here by Nicoco to go with P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam in a very unfriendly meta for P.E.K.K.A. Considering how many buildings there are, the Bridge Spam, of course, the Battle Ram has been struggling a little bit. And then P.E.K.K.A. just gets absorbed by so many of the more popular cards and decks in the game right now. And Codigo has never looked like he's had a moment of trouble in this one. Battle Ram does not connect on the left-hand side, and the gang will pick up most of those barbs as well. Final 90 seconds. And just putting the pressure on the right-hand side is Codigo. 7.8K player on ladder, but not as much of a ladder player as he is a Grand Challenge player. Codigo, last I checked, and the numbers might have changed, but last I checked, he was number 6 all-time in Grand Challenge wins at 435. My guess, this has added a few since I checked those numbers back in April. 222 on the right-hand side. This deck does run Fireball, so a little bit more damage here will put that within finishing range, and there you go. Fireball comes on in. Codigo wins the first game, first match, or first game of his day. Oh, there we go, first match. I had the score not updated yet. So Codigo takes the match and moves to 1-0 so far in the tournament. And just a little bit surprised to see P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam here out of Nicoco. And here we go, game number 2 of our day. Let's just jump right into it. One of the men you're here to see. Oh, that should be changed. And there you go, Surgical Goblin, defending CRL World Champion up against Wallace, who made an announcement that he has signed for some team. It's more likely than not a CRL team from what it looks like, and he was rumored to be part of a CRL team back for the spring CRL 2020 season. Ended up not being the case. And considering that Pain Gaming vacated their full 4-man roster, and Wallace just announced that he's been signed and he's Brazilian, it seems like Pain Gaming is the most likely place for him to end up. And Barbarrel tries to make enough room for that Mega Knight to leap on tower. Well controlled by Surgical Goblin. And of course, if you're in the chat, you already know this. One of the more popular players, maybe the most popular player in the history of the game. His 2017, currently the best year anyone ever had, I would say, in Clash Royale history. We'll see if anyone can change that in 2020. RF of Space Station Gaming currently out to a pretty good start. The one thing that Surgical Goblin was missing was a World Championship, and then Team Liquid this last season, 2019, took the World Championship, so now he has that on his wall. And of course, over 20 first-place finishes in various solo and team competitions for the Dutchman. King Tower activation here. Not going to be as critical against Royal Hogs as it would be against other pieces. Wallace himself has had a lot of competitive experience. You can see, of course, sporting the Olimpo squad jersey for his semi-pro events, but also representing Brazil in the no-tilt worlds. Mega Knight in trying to clear the way for those Royal Hogs. Bomb Tower does go down, Fireball behind. Bomb Tower Fireball does give Surgical Goblin a lot of defensive options here, but so far the Mega Knight giving him a little bit of trouble. This is the second most popular Hog Rider deck in competitive right now. 2.6 for those of you following along at home. Is, of course, the most popular Hog Rider deck in the game overall. Has been for just about ever, but the #1 Hog Rider deck in competitive is Hog Triple Spell. This one follows close behind. Very similar deck overall, a lot of the same pieces. Bomb Tower gets down low. $1570 to $765, and just wanting to keep that Musketeer off the board is Surge. Knows he can get back to a Bomb Tower and Fireball fairly quickly with the cycle in this deck. The big question is, how does he control this gear? The Mega Knight in conjunction with these Skeleton Dragons, giving him so much trouble. And that Heal Spirit comes right in the back, and oh boy. Pigs down is Fireball back in cycle for the Dutchman, and it is holding on to 593. Wallace currently in a pretty good spot at the final minute of sudden death overtime. Triple Elixir on its way. Not much time left for Surgical Goblin in game #1. Tough situation for him, hard to break through defensively against the Mega Knight and the Fisherman. You can see barely able to get hog shots in. There's a Fireball though, and now Mega Knight high at the bridge one more time from Wallace. Final 35 seconds. Surgical Goblin trying to find some way to hold on. That Mega Knight does not swing. That's huge for Surge. Can he hold on here? Piggy's all the way in. Bomb Tower low. Fireball takes care of it, but the Mega Knight does leap. Skeletons holding on just barely at this stage. So challenging right now. Fisherman slides all the way through, and the Barbarian gets it done. Wallace takes game #1. The Mega Knight Fire Spirits, or Mega Knight Skeleton Dragons Heal Spirit combination made things so difficult for Surge the entire way through. Wallace playing them very well. And despite the loss, Surgical Goblin did do a great job of defending the best he could in that situation. Wallace, though, not making any mistakes, not overextending. And the ban from Surgical Goblin going to be Fisherman in this one. So Fisherman now going to be off the board for the remainder of this best of 3. Again, we are in a ban on first loss, a ban on only loss in this best of 3 situation. We'll get into game #2. Flash and Nicoco currently playing off-stream. I'll update you with those scores in a bit. And of course, you can follow along with all of the on and off-stream wins, losses, and standings by going to Appgrade. Appgrade in your App Store, APPGRADE, the middle of our 5 sponsors there. Appgrade, a great way to follow along with all the action, so you can go ahead and try them out and pick that up as well. Let's see if the standings have updated. There we go. Not the standings, the stats. There's a pretty small sample size there overall, 64 matches played. Let's go ahead and jump into game #2, Wallace with the advantage. Surgical Goblin again banning Fisherman for this one. Despite Surge having the longer resume, Wallace is no stranger to competitive Clash Royale. Began his competitive career late last year. Starting off with GKR with the Olimpo squad, but then kind of bursting onto the scene in a bigger way with Undead Gaming in the Clash Contender Series. The big semi-pro league that we saw last fall. taking second in the Americas division and then fourth with his team overall in the World Finals. Since then, he's been busy in 2020, playing for Brazil in the No-Tilt World, playing for INTZ Esports, a Brazilian organization in GEMS, and then with Space Station Gaming Academy in the No-Tilt League. And I believe that Space Station Gaming Academy team had has had 3 or 4 players signed to CRL teams for the upcoming fall season. So Surgical Goblin going with Miner, Musk, Loon, probably Bomb Tower in here. Interesting choice. This is, while it has long been a popular overall variant of Balloon, this one does not seem to be as popular in this current meta. Bomb Tower, of course, good if you think you're facing off against Royal Hogs, for sure. And OG Lapacati, I'm not entirely sure who was the other person, but I remember seeing someone from Space Station saying 3 players, I believe. Loon in on the left-hand side. Kind of surprised that Wallace has given up the damage he's given up so far, but there you have it. And at this stage, while Surgical Goblin does have the lead, it's going to be hard for him to add a ton more damage unless Wallace makes a big mistake, which he might, because he might need to overcommit to get back in on a damage side. But this is what Wallace needs to do, which is spread the defense as thin as possible and try to get death damage from the balloons. And you can see, I mean, this is what Surgeon do. Death damage from the balloons, you can see Wallace there not wanting to mess with that death damage at all. You might just go Ice Golem Balloon here, maybe go Miner right to the Ice Whiz this time. Nope, decides to go to the back, get more chip damage. Probably the smarter call because of the tornado. All it takes is one big graveyard, and once we get the triple elixir, things could get dicey here for the Dutchman. Despite the earlier challenges, Wallace now does seem to have a pretty good rhythm going and getting a good chunk of damage. That was a big play for Wallace. Now down by just 1,000 HP, and this graveyard deck can certainly do that quickly. Surge trying to set the line high and does end up pushing the tank back. That's absolutely huge. Bar Barrel High to defend with that as well. And you see the Muskie High to let the Skeletons be able to play defense on the graveyard. Smart play here by Surgical Goblin. The question is, can he hold on here in triple elixir when really it's going to be nearly impossible for him to get damage on tower? Put together a pretty good lead early on, but this right here is where Wallace has the advantage and can win the game, and you see putting a lot of damage on again. He might take the lead at this point here. Poison on the Musketeer down to 588, just going to be behind by less than 100 HP. And the missed NATO from Wallace. Oh my word. That was absolutely huge. Snowball will finish it. Missed NATO from Wallace. And that's the game. We're going to number 3. What a shocker of a missed tornado. A lot of people claiming lag here. And thank you, Mikey, for the hype in the Trovo chat. Let's go ahead and check out that matchup data. Oh, there we go. Never mind, it'll be right here. And yeah, kind of a rough one there. I would call that a bit of a throw at the end. Of course, giving up that much damage earlier on is kind of a problem as well. So Royal Recruits will be the ban from Wallace. We'll go into game number 3 here in just a moment. And to explain this matchup data, guys, 8 of 8 means that's the exact matchup of these two decks. 7 of 8 would mean that one of the decks has a different card than the one you see on the board, at least one of them, maybe two of them. Yeah, guys, there might have been a frame rate drop there. I wasn't paying attention to the frame rates, but it's totally possible. Right now I'm at 60 frames per second, but of course we're on a still screen, so who really cares about 60 frames per second on a still screen? But I'll keep an eye on it as best I can. We are producing this all from home. I'm not in a big studio. There's not millions of dollars here. This is my extra bedroom where I'm casting from. So if there are some little technical challenges, apologize. I do the best I can with it. Here we go. Game number 3, Surgical Goblin and Wallace all tied up. Flash and Nicoco also continuing their match off stream. I'll update you with that one as time goes on. Nicoco did win the last game of that one, so they are going to game number 3. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3 of our featured match right now. Surgical Goblin and Wallace all tied up. And look at this. Top tier bait player going bait now. And going with double bait on top of that. Up against Mortar Skeleton Barrel. Not going to be most likely the minor deck. This should be the Mortar Skeleton Barrel deck we've been seeing the most of lately. And double bait for Surgical Goblin. This actually isn't a matchup that I know very well because this Mortar Skeleton Barrel deck has become more popular as double bait has become less popular. So I haven't actually seen this very much in this month. And this is the month where this Mortar Skeleton Barrel deck has really burst into popularity, become really, really huge. And look at that. Mortar does connect, and the Spear Goblins to protect. They do not pick up the Dart Goblin. That's still going to be a couple of big-time shots from the Mortar, plus a little extra from the Spears. So just like that, Surgical Goblin's lead disappears. Wallace now with the advantage in this third and final game. Mortar high again, and the Inferno Tower version, maybe not the one that the matchup Surgical Goblin was expecting in this one. And Musketeer putting the pressure on. Goblin Gang for a surround. Trying to keep that Muskie alive a little longer. She does not survive, but a couple more damage points do get through. And that's another Mortar connection from Wallace. So far, game number 3, all for the Brazilian. And that one more Mortar connection should put things pretty much finished here. Surgical Goblin calling good game. Wallace with a solid performance here in his opening for the group stage. First match of 7 for both of these two, so a lot of Clash Royale left to be played, but so far Wallace with a really, really good start. Hey, there's Dip in the chat on YouTube, who, when he's available, comes and joins in on the commentary. But as you can see, he's saying, playing golf today, so not going to be with us. And there you go. So I see a lot of people talking about washed in the chat. Look at the matchup data, guys. That's a 75-25 matchup advantage for Wallace with a pretty good sample size, even if you go to the 7 of 8, with a 3,000 match sample size. Anybody can lose in a best of 3, guys. So here we go. Nicoco and Flash going to their game number 3 right now. We'll get more updates on that in a minute. Coming up next on stream, a battle of teammates. Going to be Codigo and Lince here. So there you go. Codigo out to a 1-0 start. Wallace out to a 1-0 start. And we'll see our next one in just a moment. After this one's going to be SoKing versus Wallace. We'll see where SoKing's at. Know that he's been putting a lot of work in, trying to get himself back into the CRL scene. Definitely a very popular player. Again, here's our lineup for the day. And we'll kick this one off in a moment. Here we go. Kodigo, Lince, game number 1. I'm not sure why one of those keeps updating the other one not, so we'll see if we can get that sorted out in just a minute, guys. Lince and Codigo have been teammates for quite a while, not just here on Dignitas, but of course on Cream in previous seasons as well. And it was Lince who was carrying Cream Esports for a while, where Codigo and Luke Dubs weren't able to join up with the squad early on in that spring season of 2019. Trainer Dip with a comment, surprised if he didn't make it in when it comes to SoKing. Minor Muskaloon for Lince, so interesting to see that Minor Muskaloon making a bit of a comeback at this stage. And basically the most popular deck in the game for Kodigo. Braden Skaggs asking what CRL team does Luke Dubs play for? Well, he was playing for Pain Gaming, the Brazilian squad, but they just announced that they vacated their entire roster, so no idea if or where Luke Dubs will end up this season. Kodigo has done more, in my opinion, for himself in terms of making his case for the highest level in these recent times. Like I said before, was phenomenal for Colombia and the no-tilt world, taking them to an overperforming number 4 finish in that big World Cup of Clash Royale. Showing his level in 2v2 in particular, where he's been primarily playing. On the other side of it, Lince, the Argentinian, completely capable of putting up some big runs, and he's done that in King of the Hill in the past. And of course, his 3-0 in 1v1 sets in the spring season kept Cream alive for a while, and then they kind of fell apart on the back end. Mateo saying Osama tweeted a CRL post, contract post. I believe that Osama's going to CRL East. That's my guess. Not sure about that, but Paradox, the Russian player, and Osama, who I believe is Syrian, if I remember correctly, both did make CRL posts recently. I believe they're joining as late additions to CRL East rosters, although I'm not entirely sure. Kodigo currently way in the lead here, and this deck just doesn't really have the DPS for Lince to fight against the Royal Giant. As you get deeper in the game and bigger RG pushes come in, it's just hard to keep the Royal Giant from breaking through and doing a lot of damage. That snowball almost went to the E-Wiz. Great E-Wiz to the inside by Kodigo, predicting the prediction there. That could have gone a completely different direction if Kodigo had gone under rather than to the inside. You can see here just with the no big spell to deal with the Skeleton Dragons, that's going to be a GG well played. And here you go. Stats powered by Royale API, and a sample size of 11 isn't very big. So it's not a super reliable sample size, but in the 11 games played, within the sample time allotted between these two decks, 100-0. Now, would I call this a 100-0 matchup? Probably not. But as you can see, has not gone very well in the last 11 games between these two decks. A little update for you in the off-stream matchup between Flash and Nicoco. Nicoco did win, so bounces back after that opening match against Codigo. Nicoco now in the winner's circle. We'll jump into game number 2 here in just a couple of moments. Infamy Studio, not really picking up on what you mean by that comment, but if you could clarify a bit. Every time you name the enemy transition from the end of the game to stats, it may be the Royale screen causing it. Not entirely sure what you mean. Can I explain the matchup system? Yes. 8 of 8 means that this is the matchup data for these exact 2 decks. 7 of 8 means that the decks are not exact, that only 7 of the 8 cards are being represented for at least one, if not both, of the decks. Sample size is the number of matches played, and then the data there is the percentage win-lost for the blue side versus the red side. Here we go, jumping into game number 2. Fisherman is the ban for Lince. So Kodigo probably going with Ram Rider with these two. And Lince looking like Graveyard. He might get aggressive here early, looking at this matchup. Decides not to. And Ram does go to the far side when that bomb tower comes down. NATO pull works out, but it's still going to give up a connection from that Ram Rider. No, just barely goes down. And Mega Knight cycle to the right-hand side for Kodigo. And that is the thing about the bomb tower, is that in this matchup is that you can, if you pre-bomb tower, the Ram Rider can counter going the opposite side, but NATO can save you. But how many times can you do that before you fall too far behind on Elixir? Defensive Graveyard here. Little heads-up play by Lince against the Inferno Dragon Mega Knight combination. And weathers the storm fairly well here, although it's going to come out pretty far behind on Elixir after this Dark Prince takes the Knight off the board. And there's a Ram Rider connection on the left-hand side, and as you can see, Elixir starting to become an issue for the Argentinian at this stage. Setting up on defense right now is Lince, and thank you, Dadizio, for the easy over on the Trovo chat. Really appreciate that, bud. And this deck just creates too much pressure. Now, of course, if Kodigo can't get that far ahead early on, the Graveyard cycle could become a real issue for him. But as long as he keeps the pressure on here, it continues to force Lince to overspend on defense. That could be a big-time issue. Now we're in sudden death overtime. And here's a pretty healthy Graveyard counter push. And if you look at Kodigo's deck, not the most excellent counters to Graveyard. So you're going to see Codigo kind of be forced to overspend against Graveyard defensively. So the longer this goes, the better it gets for Lince. And guys, I will show you the previous qualifiers in between matches. Ram Rider to the right-hand side. Bandit looking for a prediction on the inside. Doesn't get it. But Ram Rider does get a connection on the right-hand side. That is absolutely huge. And that Bandit coming in for the Inferno Dragon is a huge swing. Now significant damage in both lanes for Codigo. Here we are in triple elixir. Lince can win this here, but needs to force his opponent to overspend and then get around again. Ram Rider will connect on the right-hand side. No, does go to the inside. Played a little bit too far inside there. And now Kodigo doing the right thing. Pressure, 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 and pressure both sides. Trying to spread his opponent as thin as possible. Big Mega Knight at the bridge. Knows that Mega Knight's not going to be so useful defensively, so trying to get on the tower, at least force defensive play rather than offensive play. Kodigo trying to set the line high with the Inferno Tower on the left-hand side. The Baby Dragon does not get deep enough for Graveyard Tankage, and again, the Ice Wiz does not as well. Ram Rider trying to escape E-Wiz behind, but the Graveyard Poison in for Lince. Fireball trying to make enough room for the Ram Rider connect. Can she do it? She cannot. Lince comes from behind in triple elixir and gets the win. Game number 3 on its way. This has been a closely contested group so far, top to bottom. So there you go, game number 2 of Kodigo Lince in the books. Kodigo putting pressure on, but Lince, Graveyard and triple. You can see the average cycle, the average elixir and the cycle is much faster. And in the end, Lince making Kodigo overspend once we got into those final 90 seconds and taking advantage at the very end. We'll be on to game number 3 in just a moment. The band's going to be NATO from Kodigo. Here are the qualifiers so far. And if we don't get through the whole list, we'll come back to it again between matches. But here's everyone who has made it through up to this stage. And while you're watching here over on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, ring your bell for notifications, and make sure that you come back because this is the end of the group stage. But tomorrow and then for the next 4 days, we'll have the 32-player bracket round. Double elimination, a mixture of BO5s and BO3s. We're going to get into our game number 3 here in just a moment. And here we go, jumping into game number 3. Kodigo and Lince, let's go. And Dad Ezio, thanks again for the support over on Trovo. Guys, this is being co-streamed both on Trovo and YouTube. I do most of my personal streams over on Trovo. I upload all the content here to YouTube, but if you want to join on the live streams when it's not the Bren Chong Cup, including my open tournaments where you can play for a chance to win usually about a piece of $100 weekly, you can go to Trovo and follow me there for all of those events. Lightning, so looking like Lince is playing Royal Giant. That's most likely what's being played with Lightning, although Golem is technically possible. This deck from Lince is most likely that Royal Giant deck that's a combination where 6 of the pieces are the same as the old RG Furnace deck, but you take out Furnace, you take out Guards or Lumberjack, and then instead you put in Cage and Heal Spirit. We'll see how it fares. Poison could be Giant Miner with the Night Witch. Could also be Graveyard E-Wiz, but the Hunter makes that feel unlikely. And so it's going to be Lumberjack RG. So instead of the Furnace, you have the Goblin Cage. then the Heal Spirit. I'm trying to remember what was in that deck. Heal Spirit in for E-Wiz in that old deck. That's right. You'd feel like we would have seen a Miner at this point. So this is going to be Graveyard for Kodigo, not Giant. I was about to say, I feel like we would have seen Miner by this stage if he was playing Giant Miner. So it's going to be Graveyard E-Wiz. And Lightning trying to clear that defense, does it well. And now a nasty counter push coming in for Lince and dual lane pressure here. So Lince will get a ton of damage on the left-hand side. And the RG will pressure on the right and extend his lead. Here we go, final 15 seconds of regulation. But did Lince overcommit here on that counter push? Mega Knight, E-Wiz, Night Witch, Heal Spirit. A lot on the board right now on the right-hand side for the Colombian. A big Mega Knight lead, and that's going to be a ton of damage. Lead completely evaporates for Lince, and tons of elixir for Codigo. The Royal Giant push into the right-hand lane, certainly a bit of an overcommitment now. And you see it on the back end, that snowball should make enough room for that to be a GG. Well played. Codigo stealing this one right back from his teammate and takes his second match win on the day. And Dadizio, thank you very much for the easy on the Trovo chat. Do appreciate it. And go and taking a look at the matchup data from that last one. Not the most popular RG deck in the game right now, but coming up a little bit these days. Kodigo's Graveyard Mega Knight deck, certainly a bit outside of the norm. And Kasima did not stop reading comments, but just was casting. I'll be in and out of the comments. And I'm also, there's a lot of questions I've already answered 1,000 times over the last 7 days of this tournament. So some of those questions I'm going to answer, some of them I won't. Some of them I'll just type answers in to the chat. And here we go, our current look at the standings. You can see Kodigo at 2-0 at the top, not to mention a nice 67% win rate so far. Wallace right behind at 1-0. So far, no one has fallen way behind or gotten way ahead yet, but Kodigo 2 wins, probably halfway to his qualifying. Coming up next, the Spaniard, one of the more popular players in the game, formerly of Team Queso, then of Tribe Gaming. And, of course, SK as well. Man, a little bit of everywhere here for SoKing, up against Wallace, the Brazilian, who's 1-0. SoKing's first match of the day coming here in just a moment. And you know, he is a very, very passionate competitor. Certainly does care tremendously about his wins and losses. Maybe too much so in some ways. At CRL World Finals in 2018, when Team Queso went to play in Japan, Queso put SoKing into the round-robin seeding tournament, and where he had a really, really rough go of it. And it shook him. It certainly shook him. You could see for the rest of the week that we were there, he was taking it very, very hard that he struggled so much in the seeding tournament. And despite having a great season in the CRL during the regular season for EU, where they wanted to be the champions, since then has not quite captured the same form. And I don't think it's skill. I think it's this guy is exceptionally passionate. When he can get his head right, the guy can play really, really well. So a lot of hope that he does get to that full-on level. One of my favorite players to watch overall in the game. Bradley Dean asking, how do you qualify for this tournament? For tournaments like these, this tournament has 64 players. 12 of the spots in it were open qualifiers that were hosted by various streamers. If you follow me on Twitter and follow a lot of the other people who do work with these events, next time there's one of these tournaments, keep an eye out for those open qualifiers. Usually they're 1,000-player tournaments, top 16 or 8 make into a bracket. Winner of the bracket qualifies. So we had 12 open qualifiers here. I also host open tournaments on my channel that are just anyone can play, anyone can win. Lava Loon, and that balloon should sneak through if the fireball gets there in time, but the fireball's a half step late, but still does get death damage. Wallace and SoKing pretty much locked up right now, and those two spits from the Skeleton Dragon going to help extend the lead right now for Wallace. 3-3 split right now for the 6-loon deck of Wallace, which was the most popular balloon deck. It's been going back and forth between this one and the same variation, but with Barb Barrel instead of the Royal Recruits. I prefer the Royal Recruits version, and you see right there, a big balloon connection on the right-hand side. We should be going to a 2-tower game here, though, as the balloon connects on the left-hand side as well. Wallace does have the advantage, 804 on the left-hand side. But SoKing does also have a healthy Lava Hound in the pocket with a pile of Skeleton Dragons behind. Lumberloon push in the pocket right now for Wallace. Does SoKing have any way to stop this balloon from connecting? No, he doesn't. Wallace gets game number 1. GG, well played for the Brazilian. We should have updates to these stats here in just a moment. SoKing choosing not to exercise his ban, so that is his option. Not going to do it here today. There's a look at the overall 64-player field. Deciding the final 4 qualifying. Here you go. There's a look at the stats. And Wallace just able to get in the pocket and destroy there in the end. Here we go. Game number 2. SoKing in the lead. And thank you, Matthew Smith/Henning, for the follow, or for the sub on YouTube. Do appreciate it. Wallace did qualify for the World Cyber Games last summer. I don't believe he actually ended up going on to the next level. And it's 3M for Wallace. Interesting choice. And SoKing happy to spend 6 on the left-hand side for the even trade and get 2 of those off here in single. We'll see what he has for the Royal Hogs when they come in. Thank you, Eric, for the sub as well. And look at that. What does he have for the Royal Hogs at this stage? Wallace going to get a nice little chunk of dual lane pressure damage, and 1 piggy tanking for the Musketeer on the right-hand side, and that is a huge advantage for the Brazilian. 12-20 on the right-hand side as we approach the midway point of regulation time. SoKing getting some of that back on the left-hand side. SoKing has been participating in a lot of competitions in 2020, trying to get himself back in full form, including a 4th place finish at the I Stay Home Cup that was won by his Arena Casito teammate, Adriel. He's also, of course, been active in his non-CRL play this year as well. Balloon on the right-hand side will connect, and that's going to be pretty much tower down, it looks like, on the right-hand lane. And SoKing now playing a little bit of defense here against the Royal Ghost Hunter push, and that Royal Ghost going to do a lot of damage. Pigs into the left-hand lane. SoKing's going to have to sack that right-hand tower and try to defend and get a good counter push on the left-hand side. Lava Hound in the pocket with Skeleton Dragons behind. Hunter will shred that Lava Hound. Will the Skeleton Dragons make enough room? Not going to be able to get a push in here, and of course Royal Ghost goes right by the Inferno Dragon. That left-hand tower in a lot of trouble for SoKing right now, and now 3 Musketeers down. I mean, 3M against Lava Hound, generally a good matchup for the Three Musketeers. And that's going to be a lot of damage. Left-hand lane connection almost gets in. And I don't know if SoKing has the juice to stop this one. That's going to be tower down. He does not. Wallace takes the win. And as you can see, very interesting. Not a lot of matchup data on this one right now. It does have it slightly for SoKing. 3M's usually pretty good against Lava Hound, but small sample size here. You see when you go to the 7 of 8 matchup, that's where you see almost 2,000 games played and a huge advantage for the Three Musketeers. So good win there for Wallace. And you can see coming up next, Surgical Goblin and Flash. And a reminder, some of these matches will be taking place off stream. So go ahead and download Appgrade, AppGradde, Appgrade. Go ahead and download Appgrade to follow along with all the action not on stream today. And here we go, coming up right now, Surgical Goblin and Flash, the Dutchman, up against the player from Mexico. Let's go. Thank you, Abdul, for the sub here on YouTube. And Tina, let me tell you about matchups. Every player is playing against every player today. So you will see all 8 players play against the other 7, but they will not all be on stream today. And guys, I see some comments of lag. I'm not seeing anything on my side of the stream right now. I'll keep my eye on it the best I can, but looks like my stream connection is good, and I'm not seeing any frame rate drops at the moment. I'll keep an eye on it, though, from my end. Graveyard in for Surge on the left-hand side. So both players looking for their first match win today. Oh, the camera is lagging. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Not sure why that's happened. Luckily, the gameplay's fine. That's all I really care about. If I'm laggy, who cares? Evil Morty just subbed. Thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Here we go. Lumberjack, left-hand lane. Baby Dragon in support. Flash low on Elixir, so not going to push this one. Surge now up 3, and so you see going for a pretty aggressive graveyard here because of that Elixir advantage. Here we go, jumping into double Elixir time. And Surge going to go ahead and poison. Why not? Ice Wiz cycles up the left-hand lane. Royal Giant does come down for Flash way in the back. So second time of us seeing a variation of this deck. So instead of taking out the E-Wiz, taking out the Mega Minion from this one. And Surgical Goblin should be able to defend most of these RGs exactly as you see here. That exact same sequence, the Ice Wiz low to the left-hand side, Bomb Tower to the middle, and NATO. Most of this damage coming in from the Royal Giant should be pretty easy to mitigate consistently. The Rage from the Lumberjack is the one big trouble piece here. But as you can see, Ice Wiz NATO to slow that down even after the bomb tower comes through. Heal Spirit dies, and that is absolutely huge for the Dutchman. Gonna take one shot, maybe two from this Royal Giant, but a Graveyard Push with the Bar Barrel on it. Gonna put a lot as we get into the final 90 seconds. Flash going with the Fireball variant rather than the Lightning variant here. Final minute approaching, triple elixir coming. And these graveyard defenses have just been a little bit difficult for Flash. Ewiz not going to step into the poison, and that's actually big for the Mexican player. Only takes one tick, so now some support coming the opposite direction. And the Lumberjack, the opposite lane, going to force Surge to spend a little bit that way. Bar Barrel comes in. But this should be a done deal for Surgical Goblin here in Game 1. I've been known to throw the Curse of the Caster out before on some of these players, but I don't believe that's this case. And you can see Flash calling the good game. And there you go. Surgical Goblin takes game number 1 of this best of 3. There's our overall lineup for the day. You'll be seeing all of these players in various parts today. And here you go, taking a look at the post-game stats powered by Royale API. Not a lot of data on this exact matchup, and part of that, despite Surgical Goblin's deck being very popular in the meta right now, Flash going with this second most popular kind of idea of Royal Giant, but these pieces keep mixing in and out. Lightning versus Fireball, Ewiz versus the Mega Minions. So lots of kind of moving pieces. So we only have a 7 of 8 matchup here. Thank you very much, Ruben, for your subscription. Do appreciate that. So Flash going to ban Tornado. And guys, here's the lineup upcoming for now. And then, of course, as you can see, Morton not on until our next matchup. And then we'll see these matches later today, including the one everyone's here to see, Surgical Goblin up against Morton. So all this stuff will be on stream. Some matches are not on screen, but the ones that I know you guys really want to see, those will all be happening here. That's for sure. So here we go. Game number 2 underway. Let's jump into it. Surgical Goblin does have the 1-game advantage at this stage. Joao Braquinho, obrigado for your sub. Do appreciate it. So Surgical Goblin looking like he's playing Mortar Skeleton Barrel. I had the misfortune of getting ready. I looked at my cards today and was like, oh, I should max Skeleton Barrel so I can play this, and I did. And then I realized that my Goblin King is only level 11. So, unfortunately, I'm not going to be playing this one on ladder this season. Mega Knight picked up by the Knight on the left-hand side. Zap should be an important one for Flash here. You can see huge early advantage for Surge. Inferno Dragon goes to the right-hand side. 90 seconds left in regulation time. Flash does have plenty of answers for this Skeleton Barrel. You see one right there. A bit of an overkill. 7 elixir spent on 3, but creates a pretty substantial counter push. You see Surge doing a good job of spreading his defenses pretty significantly. And the one issue here is it seems like Flash is going to be eating that skeleton barrel drop pretty much every single time. And that damage does add up, and it adds up fast. Great defense there with the gang and the skeleton and the goblin, spear goblins together. $5.58 on the right-hand side. Surge does have Fireball in this one. We won't see him go for Spell Cycle for a while, though, if he does. Although he might Fireball here at the bridge. Decides to hold off, and there you go. Smart Fireball out of the Dutchman. And Surgical Goblin in pretty good control right now, although a lot of Elixir on the board right now for Flash. Having to overspend is Surge. Doing his best to hold everything up high when he can. That Fireball does create some danger. And the Ram Rider gets rid of the Musketeer, and this might be tower down here on the right-hand side. Fireball trying to create enough room. Good spears to hold off a little bit, but that Inferno Dragon going to come in. Comes the Dark Prince on top of it. That's going to be a GG well played. Man. Surgical Goblin just had to overspend over and over at the end. GG, well played. Hey guys, I see the lag chat in YouTube. Not really sure what's causing it. It's been the same setup for 8 days, so I'll work on trying to get that to clean up. You can see Flash had an overall pretty good matchup here. Ban is Inferno Dragon from Surgical Goblin. Bans are Inferno Dragon and Tornado. And Osvaldo, this competition is in Spanish. Go ahead and check it out on Revel Amar's channel on Twitch. So bans are Inferno Dragon and Tornado as we jump into our next one. Here we go, game number 3. And guys, I am working overtime right now on the back end trying to figure out what is causing the frame rate drops. As soon as I have I can sort it out, I will. Believe me. Don't see a ton of Cannon Cart these days. But when it's good, it is very, very good. There are a couple of decks that benefit off of Cannon Cart usage pretty heavily. And an interesting bridge spam variation out of Surgical Goblin here. Heal Spirit will force Flash to play some defense here, unless he just chooses to eat all that Barbarian damage, and he will. You know, we talk about min-maxing, but that's a bit more. Gives up his advantage completely. Decides to go for an even game and keep the Elixir pretty even as well. So pretty common GY must-have out of Flash. Maximilian in the YouTube chat calling 3 Musk here. I'd be surprised with that. Having the Hunter and E-Wiz, but possibly. And that Rage is going to get a nice connection on the left-hand side for Surgical Goblin. And now dual lane pressure for the Team Liquid player. Cage will pull the battle ram on the right-hand side. Flash can switch lanes whenever he wants here as we get deeper into this game. And the Hunter does clear the Musketeer, and a nice little bit of work there from Surge. 1497 on the right-hand side. Question is, how does Surgical Goblin defend against Graveyard here? His choice is to set the line high and let the Bar Barrel, Heal Spirit together do the work on the back end. So decided to prevent the tank from getting across, and that connection just barely doesn't happen. And now pressure in the left-hand lane from Surge. Cannon Cart does connect. That is absolutely huge. Cage comes down late to stop the Cannon Cart, but that's going to be a sacrificed Goblin Cage and a lot of damage as well. Here we go, final minute 20. 12:48 on the left-hand side for Flash to 14:81. Although the Brawler does take the lead back now for Flash. There's no Cage in cycle, and boom, big-time connection on the left-hand side. Surgical Goblin doing a good job of keeping track of his opponent's Elixir right now and his cycle. Able to slide that one on through 490 left-hand lane, but now a big Graveyard push coming in on the right, and not entirely sure what Surge has available for it. Flash, seeing an opportunity, can he steal it here? Lumberjack and Bar Barrel should clean up nicely in the right-hand lane, and now again, Surgical Goblin just switching lanes back and forth. Here we go, final 45 seconds. Fireball in, trying to make some room on the right-hand side. Lumberjack will rage up, but will rage up what? Nothing behind it, and Surge now holding back for a little bit here. Knows that left-hand side is now the dangerous one. Lumberjack inside the Poison and Graveyard to play defense, and now a big potential counter push coming through, going Battle Ram high in front of it, and just like that, Flash now in the lead. Fireball trying to make enough room for the push to get on by, not going to happen, but Cannon Cart. This has been the story so far for Surgical Goblin throughout the game. Switching back and forth with that Cannon Cart to create pressure, but this Graveyard here might be enough for the win for Flash, and it is. Flash takes the game 2-1. Wow, what a game, what a finish. And now Flash up. Off stream, Nicoco and Wallace are battling, currently finished their first game, Nicoco with the win. And here we go, coming up next, the guy you've been waiting to see for a lot of you. One of the top competitive players in the world. In my opinion, the consensus, the MVP of 2018 and 2019 regular season CRL, and of course, huge for 2019. Morton coming up right now against Lince. Germany versus Argentina. Let's go. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. You can see Kodigo now 2-0, Wallace 2-0. Let's jump into the first matchup for Morton. Give me a minute, folks, as I try to troubleshoot some of these little lag spikes that we're seeing. I try to maybe move some of the elements over to my other machine and see if that cleans things up a bit, guys. And there you go. There's the overlay updated as well. Morton was someone people overlooked a little bit early on in CRL. Maybe because he was so focused on 2v2, maybe because he didn't have the same name other players had. But somewhere in mid-2019, people started to realize that Morton, easily one of the top 5 players in the world. And most players, if you ask them anywhere during 2019, if you ask them who is the best competitive player on the planet, almost every pro said Morton. Pretty much across the board. Dedicated, focused, talented. And that's a big reason why SK Gaming decided to build a team all around him. Continues to be one of the greats. So guys, in an effort to combat some of these frame rate drops, I'm taking the chat off of my main computer, so if I miss some chat, sorry. It's what we'll have to deal with. So Morton has played his entire Clash Royale League career with SK Gaming. First season in EU was a great season for SK. Of course, overshadowed by the brilliant season that was had by Team Queso that year, but SK came in second place. And that squad very quickly realized that they had something special in Morton, who was great in 2v2, winning 7 of 3 sets. Had solid performances in 1v1, just needed some more pieces around him. And SK Gaming finished second place in the spring of 2019, finished first place in West in the fall. Been finding those pieces. They do have one championship, looking to get another one this year potentially. And of course, if you're going up against Morton, you have to expect Royal Hogs are coming. You really have to expect Royal Hogs are coming somewhere. So a little surprised to see Lince, I guess Fireball and Cage, but Fireball really, Fireball Bomb Tower might have been a better juke on this one. Maybe thinking that Morton wouldn't be that predictable to go pigs, but it's Morton. He's going to play Royal Hogs. He's going to play them well. RG raged up on the right-hand side, does get 2 shots in, 12:26 to 12:17 as we approach the final 75 seconds. Good split lane pressure here. Morton holding on to the lead. And RG in. Barbut is typically a pretty solid counter for Royal Giant. And now the split lane 3-1. Nice choice to go 3-1 here from Morton. You see the Skeleton Dragons far on the outside, forcing Lince to make some choices. And a raged up Musketeer will finish that on the right-hand side, I believe. Fireball does it. GG, well played. Morton takes game number 1 over Lince. There's the stats view powered by Royale API. I don't know what's going on, guys. My CPU usage is going through the roof. And before you say old computer, this thing was top of the line from less than a year ago. So I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on. I will keep you guys updated as I find out. Here we go. No ban from Lince. Game number 2 on its way. Where the heck did that go? So Miner from Morton, probably, he does like playing Miner wall breakers. That's my guess of which direction he's going in here. And again, Lince not going with the ban here. A little interesting. Maybe a little surprising. Although it has been common so far in this event. And that Inferno Dragon will completely burn off that Mega Knight. Inferno Dragon has risen back up in popularity again as of late. Not really sure if it's just because of Mega Knight, the popularity of Royal Giant maybe. But Inferno Dragon has been around more lately than it was in the past. Kind of disappeared for a minute, along with Inferno Tower as well. You can see it on both sides here. And Lince, you see going with Mega Knight and Fireball. So a lot of pig counters, of course. Not against the Royal Hogs this time. And that balloon going to get stuck there by the Ram Rider. And a big-time connection. This is going to be a lot of damage in for the Argentinian. Even with all the defense on the left-hand side, Lince takes a big lead, 12-54. Way ahead of Morton at this stage. But this balloon, well protected right now. The Inferno Dragon does not stick with it. So that balloon going to get a second drop on the left-hand side and take the lead back for the German. Morton fell way behind. The question is now, does he have the juice to hold on here? Ram Rider going to connect. Fireball making some room here. That's going to be a lot of damage. Good zap there out of Lince to get that final little chunk here, but the Miner going to take it for Morton. What a finish. Lince looked like he had stolen it right back from the German. Instead, Morton holds on and takes the 2-0 win. GG, well played. Take a look at this. Morton with a solid 2-0 here. Great Miner to steal that one. And Morton now takes his win in the first match for him. Look at the standings here for just a moment. Coming up next, SoKing and Nicoco. Nicoco, 2-1. We have two undefeated players still remaining. Kodigo at 2-0, Morton at 1-0. But Nicoco currently the leader overall. We'll see if he can hold on to it here for the moment. Match number 2 for SoKing on its way. The Spaniard versus the Colombian. We'll see if SoKing can bounce back here in a moment. Colombia now moving up the overall rankings at 64%. On the power of Codigo and Nicoco, both performing very well. And of course, that one loss for Nicoco to Codigo in the Colombia versus Colombia battle that we had to open things up. There you go, taking a look at the overall field. Most of those players, or half of them, eliminated so far. Trying to find our last 4 to move on and 4 to go home. So again, we're seeing Cannon Cart, second match in a row. Or I guess we saw it 2 matches ago from Surgical Goblin. And SoKing going Lumber Loom. And that's a nice Fisherman from SoKing. Beautiful Fisherman. Heal Spirit does not quite get the balloon, but the connection will get through. Nicoco, though, recognizing what SoKing was going for, and drops the Lumberjack and will slice away at that right-hand tower, take the lead back, and here you go. Battle Ram to the left-hand side. And while SoKing went for a little bit of trickeration, Nicoco completely capitalizes on it. GG, well played, Nicoco. Putting on a show here so far, making the most of his opportunity. And now with a big advantage with a minute 40 left in regulation. Again, Nicoco not that well known outside of the more tight competitive circles, but personal best on ladder, 8,555, 8.5K player with a top 5, a 5th place finish on ladder back in May. So certainly a no-joke guy. You can see that here so far. SoKing maybe just a little bit of an overcommitment there, trying to steal a lot of damage early. That right-hand tower is in plenty of trouble, and SoKing can get back in. But it's on him now. Pressure on the Spaniard here in game 1. Fireball takes care of the Skeleton Dragons in the middle. Heal Spirit trying to help out with the Musketeer. And that balloon will get taken care of by the Hunter. Snowball comes in, kaboom, tower down, and just like that, SoKing is back in the game. The question is, what can he do here against this Battle Ram? Ram will connect, but this will give SoKing a pretty good counter push here. Lumberjack will rage this up, but Cannon Cart in the pocket. That's going to take it here for Kodigo, or for Nicoco. Man, a lot of different names here I'm keeping track of. Nicoco with a nice advantage. Good snowball there from SoKing to hold on. So I might have called that one a half step early. SoKing has to be really careful here. This pocket play out of Nicoco can steal this in a heartbeat, and that's why you see the pocket Musketeer. And that's going to be SoKing's game plan here. Does not let anything sneak on in there. Real aggressive bridge play right now from the Spaniard. And a big play at the bridge right now from the Colombian. Bar barrel to get on the Musketeer. Is there any way to stop this? SoKing says no. GG, well played. Nicoco finally does take the win. And we'll get that stat update, I believe, here in just a moment. SoKing again going with no ban here. Oh, Boom Pro. My mods have not shown up today, so I'm just going to go ahead and hide Boom Pro from the channel. Bye-bye, Boom Pro. You have been banned for your spam. Sorry, guys. I moved the YouTube chat off of my screen so that I could hopefully do a little bit better for the frame rate stuff. And so I'm not keeping the same eye on the chat, and I don't have a mod in here at the moment. So I'll do my best to keep an eye on the spam. But if I'm not responding to chat, it's because I don't see it at the moment. And I am still working on getting all these little frame rate spikes evened out if I can. So SoKing choosing not to ban. Not sure if we've got the stats up from this one yet. No, stats are not up yet. So we do have some action taking place off stream, I believe. We should have it in a moment here. Trying to follow along with some of it. Coming up next, Surgical Goblin and Lince will be after this one. We'll be back with that in just a moment, guys. While we're waiting here, here's the run of all the different players that have qualified up to this point. I don't speak Spanish, and all the chat is in Spanish, so I'm not exactly sure what's happening. Why there's a delay here. But now we're jumping into it. So we'll look at the qualifiers later. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 now. SoKing, again, no ban from the Spaniard. Nicoco with the advantage. And SoKing going with the 6-man split, 3 and 3. And the balloon this time will sneak right on through. And we have seen this so many times where a player plays bar putt to open for a cycle and a balloon or something sneaks through on the other side. Not really sure what the heck is going on, why that keeps being the play, but it does. And it's almost predictable at this point. These bar putts to cycle open up result in an immediate punish the opposite direction. And then, of course, here you go. Nicoco says, well, you get the punish. Guess what I got? And looks like SoKing might just... Nope, going to go ahead and try to steal tower here. Going to be a tough way to fight back at this stage, though. And Nicoco not going to quite lose the tower, but it is in quite a lot of trouble on the right-hand side. SoKing not out of this one entirely yet. Going to be see if he's got any way of stopping these RGs from taking this tower down. I don't believe there really is. And that's going to be a 3 crown, a GG, and Nicoco makes short work of the Spaniard. So Nicoco, just happy to take the balloon hit. We've seen it go poorly in the past, but works out great for him, able to put a lot of pressure on the opposite direction. And take the win here, 2-0. GG, well played for the Colombian. He moves to 3-1 so far on the day. We'll pop over here, take a look at that. Currently our leader, Nicoco, I believe the only player here without, let's take a look. 6 of our players have played in CRL, and the 7th, Wallace, believed to be signed to a CRL team for the upcoming fall season. Nicoco, the only one not in that party, currently our leader. Let's go jump into our next matchup, Surgical Goblin against Lince. Surgical Goblin, of course, one of the most popular content creators in the game. Known for his GG, well-played thumbs up. And for those of you who don't remember this, coming into CRL World Finals for 2019, this last season, it looked like Surgical Goblin wouldn't be able to play. He was having issues getting his visa sorted out to come back to the country after the end of the long run for CRL during the regular season. And it was at the last minute that he got his visa issue sorted out, was able to come play. And I had really, really hoped that he wouldn't announce it publicly. My pitch was that he would let CRL know and let the teams know, and they would all be able to prepare, but they have to keep quiet. And that Surgical Goblin would keep pretending he couldn't play. And then when we introed teams, they would all come out, and then we would flash up on the screen. The lights come down, the screen would hit a good GG, well played, thumbs up, and then boom, Surgical Goblin comes out. Would have been the biggest pro wrestling style pop in Clash Royale history. But unfortunately, once he got his visa, he told everybody, and the idea was gone. Would have been so cool, though. Still, of course, worked out pretty well for him and Team Liquid overall, winning the World Championship. We'll see if a longer season and the addition of Razor can help get them back into that level for this fall split. A lot of damage on the left-hand side for Surgical Goblin playing Royal Hogs against Lince's Hog triple spell, and Pig's getting that much damage this early against a deck that has Bomb Tower, Snowball, and Log. A little surprising here. Bomb Tower does pull in. And that tower is definitely down on the left-hand side. Fireball to clean up the action at the bridge here. And Cage will pull the Hog Rider. 15 seconds left. This Hog Rider could do a little bit of damage here. I don't believe it'll be enough, though. And that's going to be a GG. Lince knows it. Big oops out of the Argentinian. And Surgical Goblin takes game number 1 here over Lince. Original Fake Lopacati asking in the Trovo chat, do I prefer 2 groups of double round robin or no groups with single round robin for CRL? You know, I'm not entirely sure. I am not entirely sure about that one. So you see game number 1, and that's why the big oops comes out. Not precise matchup data here. But a little surprised about the difficulties that Lince had in this matchup. Lince not going with a ban. And again, that matchup data is only 6 of 8, so no precise data. Very small sample size. Nonetheless, would have probably liked a different performance out of the Argentinian. So game number 2 on its way in just a moment. And here we go, jumping into our next one. Surgical Goblin up 1. What I am curious about on Lopacati, original Fake Lopacati in the Trovo chat making the point that maybe that was a copy deck glitch with that weird one. Zap E-Wiz to open up for Lince. Knight in response for Surgical Goblin. Surge currently at a 43% win rate today. Lince at a 17% win rate. Another loss here would be kind of devastating for the Argentinian, who would fall to 0-3 to start off his group stage. Looking like GY here for the Dutchman. And Mega Knight goes right past the bomb tower to connect on that left-hand side because that cycled bar barrel in the back. And that's the frustration of cycling bar barrel and then having to come out and pull the bomb tower. And a missed NATO, that's GG. Even if Surgical Goblin does get this game back, 2-tower game for Graveyard, not a good story. Easy dub for Lince here in game 2. So now we'll have to regroup and see what happens in game number 3. So a minute to play here. This one's probably all the way over. A Graveyard could seal, and Surge might get a tower down here. I like the Surgical Goblin getting a tower down and then also winning the 2-tower game. Very, very low. He has to go ahead and just let that E-Wiz run on the left-hand side, down to 1,400 HP on the King Tower. And this will be towered down most likely here. So Surgical Goblin will extend us into sudden death overtime. Question is, how does he go about winning the 2-tower game down this far on his King Tower? It would be an unbelievable performance here. And Lince is going to get a massive counter push out of this into the weak hand side. And that's the other hard part for this too, is that every time this is going to create a nasty counter push into that 1400 HP King Tower. Bandit goes right to that Ice Wiz. Second Mega Knight down. And Surge trying to valiantly here to control this. But there's really no way to hold on. Fireball will make enough room. Ram Rider sneaking on by that Knight. And that's going to be a GG well played. We're going to game number 3. And guys, yeah, I'm working on some stuff in the background trying to get this encoding issue sorted out. I'm actually even getting alerts from OBS about something happening here, so let me see if I can figure this out. Oh yeah, it does not like something here. But I can't change the encoder while we are streaming. So that's a bit of a rip. I'll try to fix this between today and tomorrow, guys. Ban is going to be E-Wiz from Surgical Goblin. We'll be with that in just a moment. Oh, that was the wrong thing. And here we go. Game number 3, Lince and Surgical Goblin. That's interesting. Well, guys, I cannot make a lot of these changes while we're streaming, unfortunately. So hopefully everything holds on most of the way through here. But I will, of course, switch all this up for tomorrow so that we reduce some of this CPU usage issue. Because it wasn't even this bad. It was doing okay yesterday and has kicked into high gear today, hating me. Lince playing RG. And again, Surgical Goblin for the second time today going to the Minor Muskaloon deck. Question here is Lince playing Lightning or Fireball? With the Mega Minion, my guess is Lightning. And if that's the case, bye-bye Musketeer. Deciding not to pull it here. So going with Fireball rather than Lightning. Interesting choice in a very heavy Musketeer meta. And with no other, and playing with the Barb Barrel, so you can't get a thing like a Musketeer off the board. And that might end up meaning that this is the advantage Surgical Goblin. So far, he's holding on pretty well. Gonna reset the Baby Dragon just to not take too much damage on the right-hand side. And this should be a GG well played and a thumbs up for the GOAT. Could something crazy happen here? Absolutely. Lumberjack, Royal Giant, Baby Dragon all in. But that Miner goes to the front. Fireball trying to catch it. Heal Spear going to stop some of it. Royal Giant will not be enough. And Surgical Goblin can't finish it with a snowball, I don't believe. I think that's 4. Yeah, there we go. A little bit short. But cycles to one more snowball. That'll do it. Doesn't need it. Surgical Goblin taking this match. And there you go. We'll see if these stats do update here in a second. And there you have it. Surgical Goblin taking the win over Lince. Lince going with the Fireball variant rather than the Lightning variant. And I don't know. I understand the reasoning. Maybe playing against pigs, Fireball's more popular. But in this big Musketeer meta, there's a reason why people are playing the Lightning version right now. So coming up next, let me see if am I framed correctly? I'm framed a little bit low here, guys. I switched to sitting here for a minute. Coming up next, SoKing and Flash. After that, Morton versus Kodigo. And then we'll get into our second half of the day. After that, rankings over here on this side of the screen. Still with the 2-0 is Kodigo, and Lince falling to 0-3. Not eliminated yet, but probably has to win out to make it to our next stage. Remember, the top 4 move on to the group stage, the round of 32, the double elimination bracket. The bottom 4 are out of the tournament. So we'll see if Lince can battle back. And SoKing now also probably most likely in a must-win. 0-2, not a great start, but doesn't mean he's out yet. But 0-3 puts your back firmly against the wall. Let's go ahead and jump into it. SoKing and Flash. And again, for those of you watching on YouTube here, don't forget to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Ring the bell for notifications. After today, we have the round of 32, the double elimination bracket, for the next 4 days, and make sure you don't miss any of it. SoKing going Sparky. I believe that's our first Sparky of the day. And interesting here, is he going with a... So Giant Skeleton, or a Goblin Giant Sparky with the Fish Slapper. And a King Tower activation, pretty easy there for Flash. Flash is one of those guys who's bounced around a little bit in his CRL career. Started off with Cream in CRL Latin America, and then played one season with Cream in CRL West when they moved over into that consolidated division. And then was a late season addition, to Dignitas in the fall, replacing Frost as part of the CRL West roster for that squad. Lifetime win rate in King of the Hill in CRL is 57%. In the 1v1 set, and even 50. And in 2v2, where he's primarily been a specialist, 44%. So despite being brought in primarily as a 2v2 player, his biggest success has been in King of the Hill. SoKing has jumped around quite a bit in terms of where he's been placed as a CRL player, both in terms of his team, going from Queso to SK to Tribe. All over the place in that regard, but then also some 2v2, some 1v1. Maybe that's part of the challenge for SoKing so far in his CRL career, is it really hasn't had a specific role he's been meant to fulfill. Bar Barrel takes care of the Heal Spirit. But that Fireball could clear out the way. Fisherman does stop the Sparky for now, but that's going to be a GG. SoKing going to take his first game win of the day, assuming he gets around to his Fireball in time. Playing the Sparky here. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Maybe his cycle was just all busted up. But that Sparky could be devastating. Why are you spending 6 elixir to that lane? What is going on? I want to know what was in SoKing's hand at that stage. What the heck was in SoKing's hand that he spent a Sparky at that moment? Was he trying to predict the pigs? I am thoroughly confused here. We'll see the stats update in just a moment. I honestly am completely confused right now. We'll see if we can get the update here from Royal API in a second. I'm looking at his deck. I don't know what he had in hand, but it seems like there are a lot of options there. Here we go. Let's go take a look at the matchup data. I really wish I could see SoKing's hand in that moment. Oh, I'm trying to get into the game, guys, but it is glitching out here for a second. Let me see if I can jump in here and find it this way in Clan. All right, I'm going to have to restart my Clash Royale app, guys. Hold on. I really wish I could see what SoKing's hand was like at that moment. Because you look at the deck, and obviously a lot of heavy stuff there. And it might be that the best option was the Sparky. It's just one of those things where it's a little bit surprising to see it there. Let's go jump in now. There we go. Now it's working. Here we go. I mean, look, to be fair, Fireball was the last card. It was his best counter for Royal Hogs. Oh, that's the replay. That's not the actual game. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Let's jump into the actual game here. Fireball was out of cycle. He just played it. But Sparky to the opposite lane just runs away here. We'll go back and see if we can look at that one if we have time between matches. Lucas, thanks for the sub on YouTube. Do really appreciate that. Getting close to 11,000. That's pretty cool. So SoKing again out to an early lead, and that Musketeer all over the tower, and that's essentially tower down. Poison will finish it off. And SoKing just kind of feeds that to the Inferno Dragon. Passing the midway point of regulation time, SoKing way in the lead here. Ivar, thanks for the sub. Do appreciate that one as well. And Tejas, man, you guys are bringing it in hot. Final minute of regulation play. SoKing way ahead. So Flash will have to spend a lot here to get back in this one. Looks like SoKing, I don't even want to say anything. I don't want to jinx it this time. It looked like he had game number 1 completely wrapped up. Fireball Zap takes care of the Musketeer. Marie, thanks, I appreciate that. And Adrian Newsom as well. And you guys are bringing the subs in hot today. Ram Rider to the right-hand side behind the Mega Knight. Fireball Zap gets the Musketeer off the board. Knight High to help with the Mega Knight. And no throw in this one. SoKing does finally get rid of that big bagel. 0% win rate, no more, and at the most important time. So I think we're going to need to wait until after Game 3 here, but I want to go back and rewatch that in quadruple speed and figure out what the heck happened there at the end of game number 1. There's your stats from game number 2. Again, not really clear sample size information here. Rolled, what's going on? Is there something weird happening in the chat on YouTube? So Skeleton Dragons, the bands from Flash. We'll be into our next game here in just a moment. Group H, the final of our 8 groups in this stage. And I'll show you guys some of the qualifiers so far. Let's go ahead and jump into our third and final game. Skeleton Dragon, the ban for Flash, no ban for SoKing, who has done no bans all day today. Probably GY for Flash. Skeleton Dragon ban makes sense. Skeleton Dragons and Heal Spirit together. Been doing a good job of countering. And SoKing going Sparky again. So, interesting deck choice here from SoKing. Is this the Pheno deck? Does the Pheno deck run Heal Spirit? Are there barbs in here? I know RG Sparky is part of the Pheno deck. I don't know all the pieces, but this does feel like it. Yeah, this is, oh, so there's Hog Rider. This is not the Pheno deck, but it's Pheno-like. And if Barbarians are in here, then it's completely up his alley. So RG Sparky Hog Rider. Just going for the memes, it seems like, at this point for SoKing. But again, a win here would mean that he is 1-2 in matches. It would mean SoKing's completely in the mix. The Muskie right into the poison, a little surprising here out of the Spaniard. Kind of just fed that Musketeer to the poison. But now just stacking up. And there you have 20 Elixir just completely evaporated by Flash's defense. Barb Barrel, Ice Wiz, Baby Dragon, Poison. And here come Barbs. So you had what looked like an unstoppable push for a second, now dual lane pressure out of SoKing. And the Sparky does connect on the left, Barb Barrel too late. Hog Rider now behind the Royal Giant, and that Hog Rider will escape, I believe, for one shot, and it does. Let's see if SoKing does try to protect this Muskie anymore. And RG in front. This is certainly fascinating, at the very least. So shades of Pheno for the Spaniard. See if he plays the barbs into this. There we go. Now the poison's out. That's even better for SoKing. Trying not to be biased here, but it's fascinating to see him run this. And you'd love to see SoKing get a win here. Flash currently having a slightly better day. And the Hog Rider sneaks right on by the left-hand side, and Ncoo pulls a lot of stuff together, but the Hog Rider going to town on the left-hand lane, and the RG gets shots as well. Bomb Tower trying to hold on. 6:04 in the left-hand lane, final 45 seconds. Graveyard, of course, against a deck that's got this much weight behind it. Can get cycled in fairly quickly a few times here. Barbs high, so as not to go right into the poison. SoKing knows how much he has to defend on the right-hand side, does it fine. But now 2 Baby Dragons and a Barb Barrel. He was high, and a nice Ncoo out of Flash, and that Baby Dragon might be able to tank here for the next Graveyard push. Knight comes down instead. And no big spell here for SoKing. It really comes down to how much damage comes in right here, right now. Musketeer trying to hold off as well. Ncoo for the Baby Dragon splash, and Flash takes the win. Oh my word. By 28 HP, a heartbreaker for SoKing. The Musketeer played too low. The Musketeer high would have meant that was impossible. Instead, the low Musketeer says, hey, come on and Ncoo all this together, and Flash sees it, takes the win. Unbelievable. I am stunned, everybody. I am absolutely stunned right now. Muskie low. What an interesting choice. Let's put it that way. An interesting choice here for SoKing. And here we go, jumping into our next one. Wasting no time. Morton back in the mix against Kodigo, currently 2-0. And after this one, we will only have one undefeated player. Kodigo 2-0. Morton 2-0 in matches. Morton 2-0 or 1-0 in matches. So we will only have one player remaining who has yet to lose a match after this one between Kodigo and Morton. One second, folks. So Morton going Ram Rider Magic Archer. If there's a card that Morton likes second to the Royal Hogs, it is the Magic Archer. Of course, other than the Magic Archer that got its shots against him in the CRO World Finals. But Morton does love that geometry. Hog triple spell for Codigo. I'm wondering if he is running the Fireball version rather than the Earthquake version because he's against Morton. And we all know Morton's love for Royal Hogs. This is primarily run with Earthquake, obviously, but we've seen it run, I believe, twice lately with Fireball instead, specifically as an attempted snipe. A nice Magic Archer value, and the Bandit on top of it. Great play from Morton. Does the Bandit go to the Musketeer? And it does. That's what makes Morton brilliant, right there. That whole sequence you just saw on the right-hand side. Absolutely gorgeous. And notice where he played the Bandit just a little bit off the top so that the Bandit would be guaranteed to get a dash. Gorgeous, gorgeous gameplay by one of the best to ever do it. And that's essentially going to be towered down on the right-hand side. Hog to the left-hand lane. Lumberjack and Inferno Dragon will prevent most of that damage. Magic Archer goes to the right-hand side here. 488 in the right-hand lane. And a smart knight there from Kodigo pulls a lot of that together. And the Ram Rider for the defense against the Hog on the left-hand side. And it is the EQ version, the more common version out of Kodigo. Travis Biggle taking a break from driving taxi cabs to go ahead and give a sub on YouTube. Thanks very much, my friend. Ram Rider holding that Hog for a long time. Good dual lane pressure right now for the German. And the Bandit does not go to the Skellies. Tower down. Morton played a gem there. My word, that guy's good at Clash Royale, huh? Unbelievable. We'll have the matchup data from that one in just a moment. Right now, taking a look at the current standings. Flash in second place behind Nicoco at 3-1. And by the way, guys, we will have the more matches. This is just the end of the first half. I'll show you guys the remaining matches in a minute. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats. Flash and Wallace currently playing off stream. Kodigo choosing not to exercise his ban in this one. Very interesting choice from the Colombian. But in 1,193 games played, an even 50-50 matchup. So we'll have the next one in a moment. Again, as I said, Flash and Wallace currently playing off stream. I'll keep you updated on the scores with that one as they come in. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 of Morton and Codigo. Morton lifetime win rate in CRL, 61%. Very high up there on the overall win rate rankings in CRL West overall. In fact, the highest career win rate is Jupiter King, but a small sample size of only 12 games played, 67%. The highest win rate right now amongst active CRL West pros is TNT at 64% career, including all 3 sets. Morton is tied for 5th at 61% with Canario and Azealis with that at 61%, tied for 5th. Right behind Javi, his teammate, and Lapacati. Very impressive overall. A big part of that top 5 win rate for Morton is his 88% in King of the Hill from the fall split when SK went on to win the CRO Western Championship. 7-1 in games overall, King of the Hill with 1 sweep. And again, those stats are all career stats, including CRL, Latin America, NA, EU, China, Asia, East, whatever, but only for amongst active CRL West players. One day I'll calculate all the stats for everyone, but it's a lot of extra work. Mike1, thanks for the sub, really appreciate it. Getting closer and closer to that 11,000 mark. Morton playing GY Musk here against the RG deck of Codigo. Interesting to see the mini P.E.K.K.A. in this deck from Codigo. Not a popular piece of it, but typically you see Hunter instead, but mini P.E.K.K.A. along with the Fisherman. A really solid combination that we saw a lot the last time Fisherman was powerful. Have not seen it as much. And maybe it's because the Hunter gives a similar pop, but gives you that aerial defense. And And this is difficult defensively, or difficult offensively for Morton because he can poison off those skeleton dragons. But often you'll see Kodigo, we'll see if he does it next time, defend with skeleton dragons and then throw a heal spirit in there a couple seconds later to go ahead and heal them back up and keep that defense. Graveyard down one more time. Morton pressuring nicely and DPSing the heck out of that Royal Giant. Sudden death overtime. Currently the German holding on to the lead, but not by a lot. And there you see that Fisherman Mini P.E.K.K.A combination. Good protection there. The Heal Spirit takes the protection off of the Musketeer, though. And now RG opposite direction, but the Musketeer does not target the Fisherman. Musketeer goes to the tower, and that one shot is absolutely massive. RG gonna get 2 shots here on the left-hand side, 6:10 remaining, but a big graveyard counter push incoming for Morton. Not much elixir to defend with for Codigo, and the Baby Dragon gets one big-time belch, and that's gonna be it. GG, well played, 2-0 for Morton, who is undefeated in both sets and games on the day. Huge, huge, huge performance for the German. My word, this guy's good at Clash Royale, huh? Flash and Wallace still playing off stream. And here you go. Here are the overall matches remaining for stream today. SoKing and Lince about to get into a losers eliminated most likely match here between the two of them. So we'll see what happens there in just a moment. Flash and Wallace now in the middle of their game. In fact, let's go ahead and, even though the overlay will not match, let's go ahead and jump into Flash and Wallace because the winner will move to 3-1 and be in pretty good shape to qualify. Hey, Raid, thanks for joining on Trovo, man. And to everybody, I'm not paying as much attention to the chat at the moment because of all the different things I'm trying to work with at the same time. So sorry if I missed some chats, if I missed donos or subs or follows, whatever it might be. It's all on me today. So again, I know that the overlay does not match here between these players. This is not the scheduled to be on stream matchup, but with Flash and Wallace playing for a chance to go 3-1 and be in a really good spot to move on, I did want to show you this one. In fact, what I'll even do is I'll turn off the overlay stuff for now so it's not as confusing. Goblin Giant into the left-hand side. And Fireball just barely not making room for that Mega Minion to slide on through. 685 left-hand side to 653. I think this is game 3 of this matchup. It might be game 2. I will, of course, update you afterwards with that. High Musketeer trying to help out. And right now, it's all about keeping these skeleton barrels from connecting for Flash. But that 313 going to make things very, very difficult. Wallace putting the pressure on like crazy. And that should be a GG well played. Wallace can punctuate this one with a little bit more spell damage. Wallace takes the win. And I'll let you guys know in a minute what the overall story is there. Let's go ahead and jump back out to our overall global view. And I'll tell you guys in a moment here if that was... Oh, that was just game 2. Let's go ahead and jump into SoKing and Lince playing a essentially loser goes home matchup right now. The loser will be 0-4, and 0-4 will basically be an impossible qualify. Hey, Anthony, thank you very much for the follow on Trovo. Definitely appreciate that. Lava Loon Miner for SoKing against the RG of Lince. Fireball will do a lot here for SoKing. Rather than taking out the Skeleton Dragon on playing defense, goes ahead and gets the Hunter off the board. And now pressuring the opposite lane with the Balloon. RG down, and I don't think Fireball... Whoa, Fireball played as an attempted prediction from Lince. I guess maybe Fireball was played for the Inferno Dragon, but Inferno Dragon followed by Barbs and make things pretty much impossible for a Royal Giant. SoKing takes a second game win and takes the lead in this best of 3. Overall look at the group that we are in for Group H. And the big breakout star today has been Nicoco, who's way up top right now in the matchup. Not entirely sure. Let me pop out here for a second. We're waiting on the next game of SoKing and Lince. Looks like Wallace did take the win over... Who was he playing against? Wallace versus Flash. So as you can see, Flash drops to 2-2. Wallace, with that win, did take the win overall in the set. So now moved up to 3-1. So we have 2 players currently at 3-1, Nicoco and Wallace. 4-3 might be enough to qualify. Of course, 4-3 does put you kind of in that bubble range, depending on how the rest of the players play out. But right now, with 2 players at 0-3, Lince and SoKing, who knows? It could be that a 3-4 player makes it in with so many players, or 4-3 might not be safe, is what I mean to say, with so many games being given up by these 2. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats from that last one. So waiting for the next game between these 2. And guys, those of you asking about Surgical Goblin and Morton, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 matches away from the live stream. But Surgical Goblin and Morton will be taking place live here in a little bit. If you're enjoying watching this on YouTube, why not try checking it out on Trovo, where I do most of my live streams. This is a special event being streamed on YouTube because of its partnership with Clash Royale and, of course, all of our different partners. But most of my personal streams do take place on Trovo, including when I'm not doing big events like this one, my weekly 100, where you can win $100 playing Clash Royale yourself. So check out the follow on Trovo. It's a fun place for me to stream and a good chance for you guys to get in if you feel like you've got the esports muscle to flex. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. SoKing up 1. Banned is Lava Hound. And it's going to be Mortar Skelly Barrel for Lince. RG to the left-hand lane. So there's this meta has settled a fair bit, although we've seen it swing throughout the group stage of this event. And even though there's so much Royal Giant, Fisherman, Heal Spirit, there's a lot of Balloon Cycle right now. Between that, Graveyard, Mortar Skeleton Barrel, Double Bait, Lava Hound, Royal Hogs, Ram Rider, the meta is pretty varied right now. July seemed like it was pretty much just Barb Hut decks, a lot of Barb Hut Graveyard in particular. I have a feeling that September will maybe even take another big shift. So Heal Spirit will work with the Barb Barrel to try to stop these Skeleton Barrels as much as possible. SoKing going to RG behind King Tower as we hit double. And that's going to open up for a pretty big aggressive push on the right-hand side. This should be some decent damage on the left, although there we go, second RG comes down. And SoKing with a little bit of an oops there. Final 15 seconds of regulation, and so far things have been pretty even. Here we go, sudden death overtime. And plenty of DPS for Lince, and that's been the key here. Able to control the Royal Giants, get the Heal Spirits off the board, and then DPS down these RGs. Log, Gang, Knight. We'll see a lot of that. Again, Mortar to pull. He'll wait for the Heal Spirit to come down for that log. You see Lince not playing it. The log also can be used at the end when that Mortar does go down. RG aggressive at the bridge again. This Royal Giant gotta get a couple more shots here. 11:23 left-hand side, final 45 seconds of sudden death overtime. And those Skellies just sneak on by, 11:61 to 11:23. So tight right now. And Fireball, Heal Spirit leaps right over it. Final 17 seconds. Log gets rid of the RG, 1089 to 951. Royal Giant high. SoKing has to be careful here about this Skeleton Barrel. Will take drop damage and goes with the Barb Barrel early. That's going to be it. GG, well played. Lince takes game number 2 and ties things up. The mistimed Barb Barrel, I don't know if that would have made a difference either way, but it certainly did not help. So we're going to game number 3 here in that one. And again, not even waiting for the question, SoKing saying no ban. So game number 3 on its way. And I don't know if we have an off-stream match happening right now. I don't believe we do. Let's jump into game number 3. Bans are Lava Hound and nothing, because SoKing again choosing not to ban. Starting to wonder about the wisdom of that decision at this stage in the day. Lince started his career in CRL out as a 2v2 player, but never was really quite settled in 2v2. So now has been a mixture of a 1v1 and King of the Hill specialist. His best set is King of the Hill. A lifetime win rate of 60% in CRL action with 3 sweeps. Seems to be the best role-playing spot for him. And to answer the question, Lucas Ribeiro asked in the chat, is ban on loss. So game number 1 of these best of 3s has no ban. Once you've lost a game, you can choose to ban if you wish. And that ban is global, meaning neither player can play it. Big connection right-hand lane here for SoKing. I'm wondering if this was a copy deck glitch from SoKing. The arrows are weird, right? Maybe this is what it's supposed to be, but Minor Muscaloon with Bomb Tower typically does not have arrows in it. RG in the pocket, and the Bomb Tower late does not pick it up. And that's going to be a run of damage on the right-hand side here. Aggressive with the balloon needs to be at this stage. RG in the pocket. I'm really wondering about those arrows, if that was a copy deck glitch. Update to fix that incoming. But currently, something that the pros have to keep an eye out for. And this should be a GG, well played for Lince. There you go. Lince taking the win here in 3. Canadian 3000 saying, I think he meant to put in arrows. Maybe. There is some matchup data for this version. 26 matches played between these two, so guess that one's around. Let's go ahead and jump into our next one. Surgical Goblin and Codigo coming up. Surge has spent all 4, upcoming his 5 seasons, going to be coming up soon with Team Liquid in CRL, but wasn't always a Team Liquid member. Of course, wore the yellow of queso for a long time and kind of pulled a coup before CRL started. It was expected he would be wearing the Team Queso jersey in CRL EU. And then when Liquid gave him the chance to kind of build a team around himself, took the chance to play for one of the biggest esports orgs in the world. And that first EU season went rough for Team Liquid. Of course, it was Surge, Diego B, Azelius, Buffmac, and Juicy J. And they just couldn't quite put it together, didn't have a coach, and maybe that was one of the reasons. And of course, Team Liquid famously didn't make playoffs in EU that time, after people predicted that Team Liquid would not lose a single set the entire way through. But then a big change for Team Liquid came in the offseason, pulling Eric Benamou over to the squad, and of course, even maybe more famously, removing Azelius and replacing him with Canario after his great performance for G2 Esports. And after that came a CRL Western Championship, a CRL Western runner-up, and of course a World Championship. Kodigo, on the other hand, besides being really high-ranking lifetime in Grand Challenges 1, also got 4th in the CCGS Latin American region in the fall of 2017. Dignitas hoping, of course, that this roster that they replaced their squad with coming into 2020 has some better results. They looked good for a minute during this 2020 fall split, and then lost at the end. We'll see if a long season is better for them. And Casio Bro asking in the YouTube chat if Cody was a big part of Colombia No-Tilt Worlds. Absolutely, carried them in 2v2. No-Tilt Colombia finishing 4th in that event. And that Hunter not going to get on tower, but it seems like a matter of time at this point. Fisherman will pull the Ram Rider away from tower easily. Barb Barrel goes for the prediction to stop the Fisherman, doesn't quite get it though, so good idea from Codigo. And that could have been huge had it gotten all the way through. Doesn't happen. Surgical Goblin takes game number 1. And to answer some questions about no-tilt, there have been multiple no-tilt events this year in 2020. Things kicked off in the spring with the No-Tilt Worlds, which was a World Cup of Clash Royale featuring 32 different countries playing in essentially the CRL format. After that came the No-Tilt League Special Edition, which was essentially a preseason for CRL, featuring teams that were primarily made of CRL players competing in a preseason league/tournament event with a fairly significant prize pool. I believe it was $40,000 if I remember correctly. After that came the No-Tilt League Season 1, which was the semi-pro league that ran concurrently with CRL. That was followed by the No-Tilt World Championship, which many of you participated in by playing the 20-win challenge. And then now the No-Tilt League Season 2 coming up this fall. So here we go, game number 2 of Surgical Goblin Codigo coming up. I'm not sure exactly who is the #1 overall in Grand Challenges 1. I know Wings is way up there, Morton's way up there, B-Rad is way up there. If you go to RoyaleAPI.com, they actually have that information. It's where I initially got it all. And they keep that updated pretty well. Royale API being the statistical sponsor of this event. Goblin Giant Sparky for Surge here. We'll see if he protects the Sparky on this side. Heal Spirit to keep it alive a little bit longer. Does it connect? It does not. Ban is Fisherman out of the Colombian. So we'll see if Surgical Goblin's playing a variation that has a big spell or not. I believe this is the Rage version with the mini P.E.K.K.A. We'll see if that's the case, which means no big spell. And then it is the Rage version. The Heal Spirit behind here would be huge, and there you go. Boom, big time connection, tower down, and Codigo calling the GG. Surgical Goblin taking the win here. More likely than not, can he hold off against these pigs? And the fireball is absolutely massive. Kodigo calls the good game, but it's not quite GG yet, folks. So Kodigo maybe calling GG early here, maybe believing he can't defend this right-hand push. If he gets something down here to defend, this would be absolutely huge. Does it connect? And it does. Massive connection on the right-hand side. Sparky cycled in the back. Kodigo has to push right into this Sparky every single time. And the second time now, oh, the mini P.E.K.K.A. sneaks all the way away. Tower down, Surgical Goblin takes the win 2-0. Mini P.E.K.K.A. just slides right on through onto the tower and taking a big-time win. That's some free pancakes there for the mini P.E.K.K.A. And you can see Data has this one pretty even overall. Coming up next, and that should have... Why is that not showing scores there? Let me go ahead and reload this real quick here, folks. That one's weird. Hold on, working on getting the matchup data all sorted out. And here we go. Coming up next will be Morton versus Nicoco. And with that, let's take a look at this one. Surgical Goblin at 2-2 right now. SoKing 0-4, Lince 1-3. So we currently have 3 players at 2-2. Morton with a chance to kind of derail this Nicoco train here. And Morton maybe not liking seeing the Sparky come out, and Nicoco, okay. What is with Hog Sparky today? Is this that RG deck again? What is going on? And thank you very much to Butter with the hot mod information. B-Rad, most 12-win challenges at 580. Morton, most cards won at 1 million, at 1.3 million. So apparently Nicoco uses Pheno Final Form deck a lot on ladder, so no surprise seeing something similar here. And this should prevent the Sparky shot from getting on tower, and Sparky shot doesn't even take care of those barbs. So big push going that way, and here comes the Pied Piper. Royal Giant being followed by just about everything. I've seen many kites in my days, folks, and that was massive. That was a lot of things all kited at once. RG to the left-hand lane. And of course that Barb Surround come in. No attempted prediction here from Surgical Goblin. He should get tower down, and this might be a trade here. He was trying to hold on but that should be a tower trade, so Nicoco to take the tower down on the right-hand side. RG in the pocket, and this is just pressure, pressure, pressure by the Colombian. Oh, did I say surgical goblin somewhere? A lot of talking by myself, guys. Every once in a while, I make a slip. I saw that on both chats, Trovo and YouTube. RG high for Morton. And interesting for Morton to be going for the Royal Giant at the bridge rather than in the pocket. So you see right now Nicoco going straight pocket plays. And that's a few big-time shots, no big spell for Nicoco. And the Muskie in the pocket is huge. That's going to be zappable right now. Can he get the zap down before Morton takes the tower on the right-hand side? RG trying to beat out the zap. RG does not get the last shot, and just barely Nicoco takes that game. That was a wild finish. Oh boy, that was fun. And Morton banning Sparky. Man, the RG in the pocket nearly stole that one for Morton against the zap, but Barbs ruin it real quick. And now Nicoco has the advantage. So I don't know if we have an off-stream match right now. I think Lince and Wallace. That is our off-stream match. Lince did take game number 1. Oh no, game number 2. So Lince does 2-0 Wallace? I guess Lince did just win 2-0 over Wallace, so Wallace falls to 3-2. Lince at 2-3 right now, so things staying very tight here in the middle of the pack. Waiting for our next match for Morton. Take a look at the qualifiers so far at this stage. And here we go. Game number 2, Nicoco with the advantage. Surgical Goblin versus Morton will be very soon, guys. I think it's 1 or 2 matches away. Right now, though, Morton has a important task in front of him, and that's stopping the Colombian from taking the first match away from him. RG to the right-hand side. And Bar Barrel just cannot take care of the Hunter. You're seeing just how valuable the Hunter is right now. Nicoco's personal best is 8.5K, currently at 7.4, 7,430. Trophies on ladder. Best finish is 5th, currently 584th. I'm not sure where Morton is right now on ladder. I know he's been pushing up near the top this season. currently 7.6K and 239th at this exact moment. There you go. RG going to town on the left-hand side. Nicoco just does not seem to have able to get it off despite having 2 tank counters in the Inferno Dragon and the Hunter. Second time we've seen RG Barb Hunt, I think, today. Maybe it's the third time. Morton's run it once or twice, I believe. Graveyard into the left-hand side. Skeletons distracting the Inferno Dragon. And again, with the poison commit, it's a freeze for Nicoco. And a good bar barrel to hold on. Cheeky freeze here from Nicoco late. And now a mountain coming down the opposite direction. No heal spirit out of Morton. Maybe a half bit surprising. And now heal spirit low from the German. Just a cycle heal spirit. Morton has to be careful not to stack too much defensively and get caught frozen again. And now he should heal spirit behind this since Bar Barrel's out of cycle, and he does. RG will get on tower, and that should tie things up here. GG, well played. Morton waits out the Bar Barrel, gets the heal spirit on, and takes the win. So Morton goes with the RG Barb Hut in back-to-back games. Gets the win in the second one. So here we go, game number 3 on its way. And for those of you asking about the countries in the bottom right-hand side, that is just for fun. That's an overall win rate of the countries that are participating. So as you can see, Colombia at 55% today. The DR, based off of Audrio's performance, currently at the top because he had a great day in his qualifier. So looking like it's going to be RG again for Morton, most likely. And this interesting bridge spam variant from Nicoco we've seen now for the 3rd or 4th time today. And guys, I'm going to undo that one. Let's keep the chat in YouTube not toxic, but also, guys, you're allowed to chat. And guys, mods can be modded and unmodded, so just keep things positive, keep the toxicity off. Let's, you know, stop profanity and true spam, like saying the same thing 50 times over, but let people have their chat. Where is the no-tilt music? This isn't no-tilt, United Dream, so not going to be here. And that's going to be a connection left-hand side. Morton in the lead right now, but not by a whole lot after that big-time ram connection on the left-hand side. And guys, I'll be honest, I don't know where the slow mode button is because I don't have the menu open. See if I can find it somewhere, but I'm trying to manage a lot of things all at once. So if you give me a second here, maybe I can chill out the chat myself. Fireball in on the left-hand side, so I'm going to check out. I'm going to keep a focus on this one here for the next 90 seconds, and then we'll try to, take care of the chat for a little bit. RG going to get 2 connections on the right-hand side. Lumberjack getting good distraction onto the right as well. Morton should be able to handle this battle ram pretty easily, and that King Tower activation certainly valuable for the German at this stage. Has to stop this push on the left-hand side, and that should be a GG well played. There you go. Morton going to move to 3-0 and derail Nicoco's reign of terror so far. And there you have it, the win for Morton. And now let's see if I can figure out where the slow mode button is. I don't stream very often on YouTube, and maybe it's obvious why. I'm not entirely sure. I don't stream a lot on YouTube. I primarily stream on Trovo. A little bit of Twitch, but mostly Trovo. There's the Trovo link in the chat, guys. If you guys, by the way, if you're in YouTube and you're like, this chat is insane and ridiculous, head to Trovo. It's way more chill. And sorry to the Trovoers to blow up the spot there a little bit, but head to Trovo if you want to get into a more relaxed, more family chat than what's going on right now on YouTube. And when I figure out where the slow mode button is, because I literally don't know it, I'll go ahead and take care of that. But I straight up don't know where you even put slow mode on, because I never stream on YouTube. So here we go, SoKing and Kodigo coming up next. Oh, wrong place. And we want to go here. There we go, SoKing and Kodigo. And I'm going to try to figure out where the heck slow mode is on here. Wow, this is happening. Actually, it feels kind of silly that I can't figure out where it is. Do I need to, like, Google it while this is all happening, which is hilarious? Literally what I'm doing right now. Scott Jackson, a little love here. I do appreciate that. And guys, if you're enjoying it, go ahead and throw a sub on YouTube. I think I can figure out where the heck this is. Stream options. Let's see. Nope. That's not it. Guys, please hold, because we have some more time to go. Might as well figure out where the heck that button is. Everyone who comes in, by the way, if you do join Trovo, keep it chill. Not that down. This is the last stream. This is the last stream of the group stage, but we are back again tomorrow, and 4 days on top of that with the bracket round. Mikey, thank you very much for the easy over on the Trovo family stream. It's much appreciated. So I'm pretty sure at this stage that SoKing is mathematically eliminated, although I guess technically a 3 and 4 person could make it. Don't see it happening. Kodigo at 2 and 2 along with half the field. I mean, 2nd place to 7th place. Everyone is between 3 and 2 and 2 and 3. So for all the guys in the middle, real tight. The only undefeated player left is Morton, and the only player yet to find a match win is SoKing. GG, well played. Waiting to see if Royale API updates stuff, and let me go ahead and give you guys again the qualifiers so far. Oh, guys, I just figured it out. Boom! Slow mode now enabled. I'm going to put it on, let's call it every 30 seconds. That seems like a reasonable amount. Boom! Guess who figured out slow mode? And shout out to OG Fake Lapicati in the Trovo chat for the help. And you have now been slowed to a reasonable amount. Maybe YouTube will be less of a madhouse now. Here we go. SoKing, Codigo. Sparky is the ban. And there you've seen the qualifiers. Let's go jump into game number 2 of SoKing and Kodigo. And yo, the chat is so slow right now. You're darn right it is. Because Rich Slaton found the slow mode button. And now I have taken control of the madhouse that is YouTube. And one Heisenberg with a sub over on Trovo. Dude, thank you very much for the sub, brother. Do appreciate it. And by the way, if you are a sub on Trovo, that is the only way to get my friend link. So if you feel like watching me tilt in-game, which I'm excellent at, by the way, one of the greatest tilters of all time, sub to me on Trovo, and then you gotta DM me with the proof, and then you get my friend link. That's how it goes. Royal Giant for Royal Giant, and the second time today that we've seen Mini P.E.K.K.A with Fisherman. Again, a former huge combination. Not as common now. And again, mostly for the Hunter, but now that E-Wiz is making its way into this deck, I like the combination. I like putting the Mini P.E.K.K.A back in. And guys, you are allowed to call people washed in the YouTube chat if you want to call someone washed. I might disagree, but just treat each other nicely. That's all I ask here, is treat each other with respect, be nice to each other, Try to be nice to me if you can. That'd be pleasant. And, you know, nothing profane or keep it family friendly. That's basically it. Keep it family friendly. And you're good with me in the chat. That's about it. Would you be okay if your grandmother was watching you type that? And if your grandmother is trashy, then that doesn't count. Do you have a trashy grandma, guys? That is entertaining, at least. Final 15 seconds. So far, the mini P.E.K.K.A working out better than the Hunter. Kodigo ahead of SoKing. And MKE tablet. That's a way to get banned from the channel. Bye-bye. Hidden. This is the attempted non-toxic stream. Not always going to happen. It is the internet. I am fully aware. And that's going to be tower down left-hand side. Codigo ties things up. Yeah, that heal spirit was hilarious. Let's go ahead and show the matchup data for this Essential Mirror matchup. Your grandma was trashy. Congratulations. That's amusing. Lince and Nicoco playing off-stream right now, guys. Nicoco won the last game, so is currently up 1-0 on Lince. Keep an eye on the overall matchups. And guys, the match everyone wants to see, right there, coming up next. After this game, Surgical Goblin versus Morton. Who's pumped up about that one, huh? Are you excited? I'm a little excited, I have to admit. Surgical Goblin, Morton, playing each other here on this stream in minutes? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and finish SoKing versus Codigo first. Flash asking, does Mrs. Slaton ever deliver burritos for lunch? One time I was, earlier this summer, I had to be home alone for a month while my family was in, while my wife and son were in Texas. And for my birthday, which they were away for my birthday, sad, she had not one but 2 burritos delivered to the house. One second, folks. Let's see. My thought. All people bring up the PUBG ban in India right now. Never loved that sort of thing in general. I think it's probably more about politics than anything else. I also don't play PUBG Mobile really, so I've played it a few times. But I, in general, think if something's not hurting anybody, what are you doing? Excess Butter with the double cash bank over on the Trovo chat. Thank you very much, dude. I really appreciate that. Loving the support. I promise that every donation, super chat, all the stuff you guys do in YouTube or Trovo will go exclusively to burritos and other yummy snacks. And then I'll spend my own money on prize pools and the stream and things like that. None of your dollars go to the stream. They all go to enjoyment and fun, and then my own money. You guys see how that works? You guys catching on? And Excess Butter with now a third. What is that? Hold on, wait. how many cash bangs here? Excess Butter dropping 10 cash bangs in the Trovo chat. What? What? That's $100 of donos. That is insanity. I haven't seen this before. That's insane. What? Cash bang gun gonna be out of bullets here. Trovo going off right now. Excess Butter coming through. Ha! As we reach the end of this SoKing Kodigo game. 2 minutes left in sudden death overtime. Jorge Mejia. Jorge asking, what's my favorite donut? Oof. A classic Krispy Kreme glaze is always good. I like a nice maple bar. And the jelly donut never hurts. Excess Butter. Fire. Absolute fire, dude. Muskie to the left-hand side does connect for Codigo. SoKing putting pressure on with his graveyard. Pigs on the left-hand side for Kodigo. Musketeer Fisherman behind. And he better just keep on pressure here. Does not want to give any chance for a GY. Gonna go Pigs again right here. There you have it. Cage down. SoKing can smell the finish line, but not gonna reach it. And that's a pig snout tap tap. Kodigo gets the win. Man, a rough day for the Spaniard. Kodigo did the right thing, kept the pressure on. And yeah, you guys see it coming up next is the big one. And guys, I'm going to do some serious troubleshooting once we're off stream today to get ready for the playoffs for the bracket portion over the next 4 days. But here we go. Who's pumped for this one? Is there a bigger rivalry right now between two specific players? People seriously tag Morton about the 1 HP game. Like every time someone wins or loses a game by 1 HP, they tag Morton on Twitter right now. He has to want that one back. That close to a world championship, or at least a berth to the finals where, let's be honest, that semifinal felt like the world championship itself. And we get to do a best of 3 right here. Now, does this decide everything? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But are a lot of you here watching to see these two go head to head? Yeah, you are. Just like me. Real pumped for this one. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy, indeed. Right now, Morton 3-0. 4-0 would probably secure him a berth on. Surgical Goblin in the balance right now, 2-2. A win here puts him in a good spot. A loss makes it hard with how tight this middle is going to be. Ooh, this is the kind of stuff that I cast for. This stuff right here. Overall look at the groups. Silent Power in the YouTube chat asking, was the 1 HP moment my favorite moment of casting? I mean, it's how do you get better than that? How do you really get better than that? I mean, it's one of the best moments in the history of the game. And it wasn't just casting. It happened live in front of 1,200 spectators in the room. Like, that's the kind of thing you hope happens, right? As a caster, as a commentator, you know, I've done, before I was in Clash Royale, I was in mixed martial arts, and it's just the kind of thing that you want to see, that you hope you get to cast, that you hope you get to commentate. Every commentator wants to call a buzzer beater, right? Whether you want to call the last-second knockout in mixed martial arts or boxing, or a three-pointer to win the game in basketball, a Hail Mary in football, a 1 HP win in Game 5 King of the Hill to decide who goes on, the only thing that could have made it better is if that was actually the finals, not the semifinals. Literally nothing else could have been better than that. So, yeah, as a commentator, as a caster, you dream about that moment, being able to be on the call for it, and it's really, really special to be a part of it. So let's go ahead. Here we go. Surgical Goblin, Morton, best of 3 here in the group stage. I wonder if we do even see them kind of go back the direction of similar decks that we've seen. It's going to be Hog triple spell for Surge. And looks like RG for Morton. Easy King Tower activation here for the German. And depending on which variant this is from Morton, it's going to be difficult for the DPS to take down that Royal Giant. There is a very specific defense for it. But that King Tower activation certainly helps out Morton a lot. And for those of you who haven't heard this before on stream, I talk about it a fair bit. A King Tower activation against a Hog does typically reduce Hog hits by about 50%. Hog Rider left-hand lane. And just Hunter in response for it. So you see 2 shots come in. But that RG wrecking tower on the right-hand side, and that's tower down. Morton takes an early lead here. And yes, these guys, XS Butter making the point that people think they're rivals. Of course they're rivals. They're also friends. You can be friends and rivals. I want to make a point about that one. Is that these two guys know each other really well. They respect each other. They're friends in the game. And they're also rivals. You can be both. Oh, an attempted prediction snowball maybe from Surgical Goblin. Trying to predict the Fisherman there, but no Fisherman comes out. That's what it was. Surge trying to predict Morton's Fisherman. Fisherman does not come out, so wasted 2 elixir there from Surge. So it's not like these two guys hate each other, when I say they're rivals. But Liquid beating SK in the spring of 2019. SK beating Liquid in the fall. 1-2, 2-1 in the West. And then the World Finals. If that's not a rivalry, I don't know what else it is. So game number 1 goes to Morton. And we'll see the matchup data on that one in just a minute here. And one thing about this matchup data, guys, as you see it, that when you talk about matchup data, this does troll the entire game for its data, right? It's not just based off of top pros. So some of these matchups, when you go into top 200 of ladder, for example, do shift a bit in terms of the matchup data. So if you're saying, hey, this matchup should go this way or that way, or that 56-44, it's more like 65-35. It might be when you get 2 pros in the building. This data, though, based on the game overall. Skeleton Dragon's the band from Surgical Goblin. One of the more popular bands in the game right now. Skeleton Dragons, Heal Spirit, Musketeer. Probably the 3 you're seeing the most at this stage. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Morton just firing on all cylinders today. 7-1 in games. A chance to go 4-0 in sets. When you see Morton going Inferno Dragon, maybe expecting to be against RG again. Turns out not to be the case. So the second time Morton's running this Loom deck today. Ran it earlier today. And it's Pigs for Surgical Goblin. I don't know if Morton has the right answers for this. Of course, his Balloon going to get tower almost all the way down on the right-hand side. So a big balloon collection for Morton on the right-hand lane. Surgical Goblin with Royal Hog's Inferno Dragon, and Inferno Dragon out of cycle, so of course with that and the Goblin Cage both not available, Morton just easily punishes right-hand side with the balloon. And again, cycling Inferno Dragon is Surgical Goblin. Pig split with the spears behind on the right-hand side. Miner comes out on defense, and again, while there's a lot of damage in for Morton early, I really don't know if he has the answers for the Royal Hogs in the long run. We have not seen the Lava Hound yet out of Morton, and probably a big part of that is the Inferno Dragon on the board. And the fact that he's getting good damage with just playing the Minor Loon here. And a nice split coming out from Surgical Goblin. That's going to be a lot of damage on the right-hand side and on the left-hand lane as well. Spears being unresponded to, and just like that, Surgical Goblin gets the lead back. 22-47 on the right-hand side now, 175. Split pigs one more time. Barbs cannot catch up to the Hogs. And that's going to be tower down right-hand lane. Now the ball in Morton's court. Can he fire back here? That's a smart push. Miner with the Barbs on the right-hand side. That Miner might get towered down here, should get towered down. Fireball trying to make enough room, and the balloon does connect on the left. That is absolutely huge. Pig's now going to go directly into the Barbs. Not much to stop that. Heel Spear trying to do enough to get those pigs all over tower. Will they get it down? And they do. Surgical Goblin wins game number 2. What a game. This is what we wanted to see between these two. There you go. Some good firing back and forth between the greatest of all time. Here we go. Stats now up. And it was Lava Miner. Morton banning Lava Hound after playing Lava Hound. Very interesting call here. What a great game that was. And Morton choosing not to play the Lava Hound, knowing the Inferno Dragon was basically going to burn it every single time. Playing essentially as a Minor Loon deck. Bans now are Skeleton Dragons and Lava Hound. Love watching these guys. I love watching these guys. Man, this is fun. I could watch these guys back and forth all day. All day. Can't wait to see more of this, hopefully. I mean, definitely when we get the CRL season going. Although my suspicion is it's going to be Surgical Goblin and Razor together in the 2v2 for Team Liquid. And then Igor, Canario switching off in 1v1 depending on matchups. Who's playing better in practices, things like that. Let's go ahead. Game number 3, deciding game. Will it be Morton remaining undefeated in sets, or will Surgical Goblin go to 3-2 and have a much better shot at qualifying here? And looking like it's going to be Mortar, Skeleton Barrel from Morton. Could be going double bait, but feels like it's the Mortar deck here. And I think Surgical Goblin going Minor Muskaloon. I'm curious to see if that is in fact what he's doing. And there you go. Balloon push to the right-hand side. And Bomb Tower not going to be used here to pick up. We'll go ahead and Snowball, I think, with the cycle. Nope, Barb Barrel. Okay, so going with the double small spell here is Surgical Goblin, and a huge, huge balloon connection. Mortar does not get the pull, gets some offense in, and Surgical Goblin has a huge lead. This is a pretty good matchup overall for Surge between the ability to control the Mortar attacks with the Miner and the Ice Golem the bomb tower to pull, if he's playing bomb tower, which I believe he is, the bomb tower to pull the skeleton barrel if necessary, and then double small spell to clean up the ones he can't pull. And now we can just balloon high mortars as well, which is devastating for Morton at this stage. I'm wondering if maybe Surge is running the Inferno Tower version, not Bomb Tower version. Because I would have thought he would have defended with Bomb Tower at some point here against these skeleton barrels to prevent the drop from coming in. And Rocket right onto the Muskie. That was an interesting cycle there from Surge. Not a big fan of that one. Now the Bomb Tower comes down. And the bomb tower does not pull the skeleton barrel. So two interesting choices there from Surge with the bomb tower late and low. Morton has to spend 6 elixir on the rocket here. Goes ahead and does, and now we're in a 2-tower game. I think this 2-tower game benefits Surgical Goblin. Late mortar. 1671 left-hand side. Sudden death overtime. And this time, no mistakes with the bomb tower. Miner in to the back this time, and a nice snowball. That's a good high mortar here to not just pull the balloon, but also to get some more damage on that bomb tower, as you see. Gonna bomb tower again here to pull, and that should be what Surge does from this point forward. Doesn't want to let that skeleton barrel damage stack up if he can. And you'll see that a bunch as well. The Miner with the snowball behind. Here we are, triple elixir. I'm curious to see if at some point Morton decides to rocket cycle. Has not been playing rockets on defense. Maybe hasn't felt like he's had to. We haven't seen rocket cycle either because there hasn't been much value to be given. And does not want to fall behind on elixir defensively here. Log to take the bomb tower out of contention, and that's going to be a connection on the right-hand side. You see the Musketeer going inside to prevent a Musketeer in the pocket on Morton playing defense. This snowball might make enough room. We'll at least get death damage from the balloon, and that's huge, huge death damage at this stage. That's exactly what Surgical needed here. Puts that outside of rocket range. And now just trying to make sure nothing sneaks on through at the last second. That's going to be a GG well played. Morton, falling to Surgical Goblin in the best of 3, will not be undefeated anymore, and that's a big win for Surge. Three and 2 now for Surgical Goblin in the tournament. And that was everything we hoped it would be, guys. Back and forth, lots of fun. Some big moments. And Surgical Goblin does come out on top of this one. Hey, if you enjoyed that, there's the sub link in the chat. Go ahead, subscribe to the channel because we're not done. We got more of this today and, of course, tomorrow. And moving on from that, 4 days of the best of 32 bracket round, double elimination. Well, you'll see more crazy Clash Royale just like that. Here's the stats from that last one. And you can see pretty good advantage matchup-wise for Surge. So, Miner Musk Loon, while not super popular, does work out for the Team Liquid player. And one Heisenberg making a good point in the Trovo chat. It was not a choke from Morton. His skeleton barrel pushed the balloon out of the mortar pull range in that opening one. in that opening exchange where the balloon hit tower. So there you go. Let's jump into our next game. Morton hopping right back in against SoKing. Morton now going to be 3-1 on the day, 70% win rate overall. A win here would probably clinch a path into the next stage, but who knows? And thank you, Sushan, for the sub. I do appreciate that. Abyss Watcher, the yellow numbers on the cards next to the stat screen, that's how many times that card was played. And I don't really have an opinion on Surge versus Morton at all, guys. For those of you who say, I see someone saying, Ujwal saying looks like Surge support. Just happy to see a good game. And I actually do probably have spent more time with SK than I have with Liquid overall. I like Surge a lot. But I don't own any Liquid gear. I do own the last year's SK Gaming roster t-shirt, the white and pink one. So take that as you will. I just like seeing those guys go head-to-head. It's fun. SoKing running Goblin, Giant, Sparky, and you kind of understand why at this point. Mathematically eliminated from contention. But I do respect him sticking around looking for a couple of wins. And Mr. Legend, thank you very much for the sub. I do appreciate that. Everyone who's subbing on YouTube today, I really do appreciate it a lot. It means a whole bunch. I love bringing great Clash Royale competitive content to you guys, and we are at 106 subs away from 11,000. So I see a lot of you watching right now. The link is there in the chat. It would be really cool to hit 11,000 today, and 106 away from making it happen. One thing about Morton that makes him a great player is not much of a tilting player. Really, really good at regrouping after a close loss or a tough loss and getting back in the game. You can see that here. Obviously, having EU against Sparky is nice. Thank you, Rocket Cycle. Do appreciate it. And now RG going to connect here. That's going to be a GG. Game number 1 goes to Morton. And those are the stats from last game. I'm aware, guys. We'll see if we can get those updated here in a moment. Again, all stats powered by Royale API. Go to royaleapi.com for all your analysis info. You can dig in on your own stats and find out what's kind of get some actual numbers on what you're doing well, what you're doing poorly by going to Royale API. You can see matchup data, look up decks, learn about positive and negative matchups, find the most popular decks in the game. If you're doing research, it's pretty much the place where competitive players and their analysts go to research each other. So a bit surprised I haven't seen Morton play this deck more. It seems like it would be right up his alley. Hey, and Rocket Cycle, thanks for joining over on Trovo as well. Unable to pick Musketeer there is Morton, so a good opening right now for SoKing. First minute and a half about to pass away, and the German pretty solidly in the lead here. And two very different experiences so far in today's group stage. And SoKing going RG at the bridge. In the heavier, older RG decks, we tried not to play Royal Giant at all in single unless you got a major elixir lead. It seems like this deck is more aggressive, although the game has grown more aggressive overall. It used to be with Graveyard. You just wouldn't even think about really playing Graveyard in single, and now people are doing it all the time. Golem first play used to be insane. Now it's basically what you do if you have Golem in hand. Same with Lava. Very interesting evolution, depending on if you, I think that's the appropriate word here, of the gameplay. So far, Morton has shut down this defense, and you see the mathematics of it. The combination he goes for, and Mortar to the inside, Muskie to the outside, Night High, log if he needs it. Mostly sitting back and waiting to log the Heal Spirit if he has to. And SoKing trying to hold on off his defense. With the two-part offense of this deck is super frustrating sometimes. Because the Skeleton Barrel, I think one of the biggest things that changed that card, the death damage, the drop damage is absolutely huge. It made the Skeleton Barrel such an important part of the game overall. Because look at that, you time the barbell perfectly, but still take a ton of damage here. 13:04 on the right-hand side, minute 20 left. SoKing trying to cycle away from the weak side tower. Morton just goes, okay, I'll push hard then. And again, can Mortar support the right-hand side? DPS down the RG with very, very little damage. I don't know what the matchup data is. We'll look at the matchup data on this one afterwards, but it feels like it has to swing pretty heavily towards Morton. SoKing needs to figure out how to break through the damage at the bridge and find other ways to defend against the Skeleton Barrel. But at this point, it's way too late. If you can Hunter on the Skeleton Barrel to stop it from connecting, and then have a Bar Barrel available to break through this collection of goblins, Goblin Gang, Spears, whatever, at the bridge, that's how you can get a good chunk of damage on the tower, but certainly easier said than done, especially in this case. SoKing with the GG. Morton bounces back from the loss to Surgical Goblin and moves to 9-3 in games on the day and takes his 4th match win of the group stage. So we'll get matchup data on that one in just a moment. And here it comes. And as you might have imagined, matchup does go towards Morton. About 60-40 from the data we have here. I do wonder if that's the same. I guess they're changing things up because Surge is up next in his game. So we got a brief look at that one. As you can see, Morton now 4-1. And Morton does, so the first tiebreaker, guys, is head-to-head. So I'll give you some notes on this in a moment. Let's go ahead and jump into Surge and Nicoco. And as that's happening, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at some of the tiebreaker stuff. So Morton is 4-1 right now. along with Nicoco, who's 4-2. Morton has matchup over Surgical Goblin, and, let's see, over Lince, Nicoco, and Codigo. I don't believe Morton and Wallace have played yet. They have not. But because of those matchup advantages over Nicoco, Codigo, and Surgical Goblin, it's going to be very hard for anyone to unseat Morton from the top 4, with head-to-head being the first tiebreaker. A win here for Nicoco would guarantee him a spot in the top 4, and a way on through. A loss would put him in danger of being pushed out based on matchups and other head-to-head or other tiebreakers. I don't know all of Nicoco's losses here. I'll have to go ahead and try to find that information on AppGrade. Might have, you know what? I think I have an idea of what caused the frame rate to drop, and that was me doing dual screen here for a moment. So I'll try to avoid that here. I'm going to step off mics for a second while I get a quick snack here because I'm dying over here. If Surge beats Nicoco in this matchup, it'd be huge, because not only would that mean Surgical Goblin would move to 4-2, maybe he would have head-to-head matchup over 2 of the other top players in the group. So this win, if he wins game number 2 here, it makes things very, very interesting in this group. We'll go ahead and look at the matchup data in a second, and of course, here's a look at the groups overall. A lot of talent in this tournament. And we'll see what Nicoco chooses to ban here in just a moment as well. Take a look at the stats view from this one. Direct data on this very similar matchup. Nicoco going with the more popular version of RG right now. Surgical Goblin going with a variation of the other look. The ban is Heal Spirit from Nicoco. We don't have ban data from this event, but wondering if Royale API could pull that and tell us what the most popular bans have been and stuff like that. That'd be phenomenal. Maybe I'll ask them about it. I'll have to hit them up and see if maybe they can sort that out. That'd be pretty cool. But basically the bans today have been mostly, this whole tournament has been mostly Heal Spirit, Skeleton Dragons, and Musketeer. That's been the 3 most popular. With a few other things here and there. And here we go. Game number 2. Surgical Goblin. Again, a win would put him up 2-0, put him at 4-2. And give him head-to-head matchup over 2 of the other top players in the group. And one of the kind of outlying factors of SoKing having trouble today is how tight the rest of the group is. No one has clinched as far as I know, and I'm not even sure if Lince is eliminated yet at 2-4. but a lot of players still in the mix, and that's because in part of the struggles SoKing has had today. Thank you very much for the sub there, Khalil, and to everyone watching in the YouTube chat. Little update here. We are now 88 away from 11,000 subs. So if you haven't subbed yet and you want to help make my day, the easiest way to say thank you for all the content you're getting today and me hanging out, giving the cast and such. The easiest way, I guess, is a like to the video. Second easiest is a sub. Would really appreciate it. So I want you guys to come back and hang out again. Miner goes right to the Musketeer. Have not seen Miner. This might be the first Miner wall breakers of the day, in fact. There was a time last season when, when I mean last season, I mean last CRL season in the fall, my God. CRL Fall 2019, where it was basically just Miner wall breakers against Miner wall breakers against Miner wall breakers. A lot less Miner wall breakers in this current meta. And it's kind of a shocker that I believe this is the first time we're seeing it today. Kind of surprising. You see the Miner wall breakers to the right-hand side? And this Miner has been targeting Surge's Musketeer over and over again from Nicoco. RG. To the left-hand side one more time for Surge, and those wall breakers just barely pulled by the cage. One connects and one runs away. And now dual lane pressure for the Colombian. But Surge sending the RG behind the Goblin Brawler, and this is a good push on the right-hand side. Ice Spirit is so weird here. I wonder if this was a copy deck thing? This should be Heal Spirit. I wonder what's going on, why the Ice Spirit. I'm very curious about this. Oh, because Heal Spirit's banned. Ding dong. That's why. RG to the right-hand side. Wall breakers just barely don't both connect. And huge advantage right now for Surge. So Heal Spirit banned, Surgical Goblin goes with a deck that some would say maybe relies on Heal Spirit, plays Ice Spirit instead, still doing pretty well with it so far. Surge has plenty of elixir here to defend. Nicoco trying to break on through. But between the Goblin Brawler, the Goblin Cage and the Barb Barrel, it's been difficult for those wall breakers. They've made it through a couple of times. And a late bomb tower. Surgical Goblin does not have the log here, so can't get more direct damage until he gets back to his next fireball, but we'll get there very quickly. Cycles around super fast, no mistakes this time, and Surgical Goblin takes the 2-0 and gets his 4th match victory on the day. Just like that, Surgical Goblin moves into 2nd place in this group. Take a look at that, folks. Surgical Goblin now at 2nd place in the group. 4-2 overall in matches, 63% win rate. A good day for a guy a lot of people have been calling washed lately. I don't know. People counted out Surgical Goblin after CRL EU and how poorly Liquid performed there. And then the awful start to CRL West in the spring of 2019. Ended up with the World Championship. So, I don't know. When you're a guy who's good and experienced with Surgical Goblin, I think you can take some time off, play some Fortnite, and come back and be pretty good. Just maybe. So right now, our top two, Morton and Surge, Nicoco falls to third, and that's a dangerous third. His fate no longer in his hands. It's really up to everybody else. And I have to go look at the matchup stuff, but right now you have Wallace can surpass Nicoco in win rate, and could go 5-2 potentially. Codigo can surpass him, and Flash can also. So there's 3 players who could do better than 4-3, and at least 3 players who also could tie 4-3. So Nicoco certainly not safe right now. That's a big one. That's a big piece of information there for Nicoco, who started off phenomenally and has not been able to hold up to it. There you go, the numbers on that one. No direct matchup data. It's a little bit strange decks. Let's go ahead and jump into Morton versus Flash, which has Flash currently playing for his placement. One Heisenberg saying in the Trovo chat, it's common knowledge that Surge chills in the spring, goes beast mode in the fall. Why are people thinking he's bad suddenly? Well, because people like to think people are bad. It's pretty standard feelings from people. Flash looking like minor Muskaloon here. And GY for Morton. Morton does enjoy playing this graveyard deck. Pretty common one here for the German. Graveyard into the left-hand side. So Morton played this deck a couple times earlier today. I'm just going to see Flash go with it against him. It was the most popular balloon deck for a while, for a minute, before the most recent minor nerf. It's been a while since I've watched one. If I remember correctly, this deck does struggle a bit against Graveyard, and we're seeing that here. And of course, Bomb Tower Snowball makes it really hard to break through with balloons. Knight and Skellies to catch. So you see a lot of counter cards here for Morton between, forget just the Bar Barrel Snowball, add in the Mega Minion and the Archers on top of it. Plus 2 to 3 ways to catch Snowballs, to catch Miners, depending on how you think about it. It's going to be very hard for Flash to get consistent damage here. So here we go, sudden death overtime. Things a little bit closer than I might have expected. And a part of that is that Morton has been not able to catch the Miners. He's instead been having to focus on controlling the Musketeer when it comes in. And that's been the Knight's job primarily, is to deal with that Musketeer. And maybe use Skellies here to prevent that last shot. Yep, there we go. Another Loon in. The cycle is pretty aggressive from this deck that Flash is running. I believe Morton's more likely to switch lanes than Flash is, and just as I say that, he decides, hey, Rich, I will not be switching lanes. Check this out. Graveyard to the left-hand side. Bar Barrel to defend, but just like that, the German has the lead back. But here we go. Ice Golem and Musketeer now in front of the balloon. Use the Snowball to create some separation and push the balloon back a little bit. Going to need to go ahead and drop a Bomb Tower here to defend and pull that balloon, and he does. This time puts the Knight on the Miner on the right-hand side. Here we are, triple Elixir. and the graveyards should be flowing in an aggressive way from Morton. It'll be very hard for Flash to play defense against these. Gonna have to maybe overspend a bit on some of these defenses, and there you go. Left-hand side gonna be down to just around 400 HP. Balloon in, Miner goes to the front inside, and you understand why. That's the spot to get some Miner chip, and that's gonna be a GG well played. Poison comes in. Morton defended cleanly the whole way through, had a good measurement of the game, and takes the win here with 25 seconds left. No ban from Flash, so another non-exercised ban here. And there's some logic behind it, right? You don't want to give your opponent more information. I think if you use the ban as a juke, maybe there's some idea behind that, but you've seen a lot of pros here just decide not to ban. Maybe it's just because they're not prepping decks specifically. I think we'll see the bans be used more in the BO5s than in the BO1s. Jojo asking in the YouTube chat who won the previous Bren Chong Cup. That would be Pedro, who won the previous one. Let's see if we did get the, have not got the stats yet from Royale API. Let's jump into game number 2. Flash currently at 2-2 and a 42% win rate. A loss here wouldn't eliminate him necessarily. It would make it very hard for him to claw his way back into contention. Flash currently on Dignitas as a 2v2 specialist primarily, but lifetime 2v2 win rate only 44%. And most of that is about how poorly Cream performed in the spring season of 2019. Because in 2018, in CRL Latin America, he went 8-4 in 2v2 games. But then in the 2019 season, when Dig just could not figure out, where Cream just couldn't figure out what their 2v2 duo would be, he went 3-11, 1-5 in sets, and Cream was just all over the place in 2v2 during 2019 spring season. Now at Dig, he's an even 50-50. But that 2019 season, if you take that season out of the equation, he has a solid career win rate in CRL. Would be above 50 by probably be, I think it would be like, I want to say high 50s, low 60s. Definitely high 50s. But that one season definitely put a big dent. So here's our first staring contest of the day. And it's going to be Lava Hound for Morton. Sparky goes right into the same lane. Is there some sort of announcement, by the way? I'm going to see people in the chat talking about CROS start dates. That's interesting. So Goblin, our Giant Sparky for Flash up against Morton's Lava Loon, and the tower trade probably going to end up better for Morton than it is for Flash. Fireball gets the Musketeer way far away, and the zap means GG, well played. Morton takes the easy 2-0. I think that's the first game we've had finished inside of the 3 minutes. So there you have it. Hold on, let me go check out Twitter real quick. And hey, there you go. It is official. Good to know. Well, guys, I can now officially confirm what I've known for a little while. CROS back on September 19th. That's so soon, right? Isn't that cool? It's going to be a bigger, better, longer season. I'm really pumped about it. The whole CRL West team's pumped about it. So I'm glad I get to finally talk about it. Whoo, boy. Right around the corner, right? That's so soon. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. I'm so excited. It's going to be bigger, better, longer, flashier. And I'll be there the whole way through. Man, I'm glad they can finally, I don't have to answer that question in chat anymore. Rich, when does CRL West start? CRL West is never going to happen. Is there even going to be CRL West in the fall? Yeah, there is. September 19th. That's like 2 weeks away, dude. That's pretty crazy, dude. And I'll be there the whole way with my buddy Andrew Guy. Yes, Andrew Guy and I will be together. We'll be casting CRL West as we do, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Ah, that's fun. I'm excited. I'm glad they made the announcement. Guys, also, by the way, use code RICH when you're buying stuff in the store. Why? Because it helps me out a whole bunch. That's it. Use code RICH in the store. R-I-C-H. That's also pretty cool. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to my channel. In celebration. Morton has officially clinched, by the way, guys. You see the 5-1 up there. Morton is officially on through to the next stage. So now I have to figure out who will be the other pieces. Kodigo and Wallace playing an important one here because it's possible they both end up 4-3, and the first tiebreaker is head-to-head. So this one between Wallace and Kodigo, who are both 3-2, who are currently in 4th and 5th place. Winner will be in 4th place after this and will have the matchup advantage. So this game could, in fact, decide the top 4. Could it? I need to ask about that. That could decide the top 4, potentially. This season, I'm not going to ask anything else about the CROS season other than it starts September 19th. It's going to be fun. I'm pretty pumped about it. Ooh, boy. Here we go. Kodigo and Wallace potentially playing to decide the last spot. Lince is eliminated. Flash is eliminated. Oh, no, Flash is not. Flash is still in it at 2-3. How has Flash played so few games? What the heck's going on there? RG at the bridge. Wallace looking like to be minor muscaloon. There you go. And that heal spirit is making things rough for Wallace here. Yeah, SoKing is eliminated, guys. SoKing has gone 0-6 today in matches, so no real way to get back in. SoKing is officially out. Lince is officially out because the winner of this will be at 4 wins, and Lince cannot get to 4 wins. So this game will put Lince out, which will mean that there will only be 6 players currently playing for those top 4 spots. So we are getting very close to the end. So here we go. It's Hog triple spell, not minor muscaloon, and the log would be a good little clue there. Sorry, I had to look away for a second, guys. Now I want to go ahead and... Oh, man, I have so many chats coming in. Oh, I'm so excited that we got to that's announced finally. I've been sitting on that one for weeks. Going with the mini P.E.K.K.A version for Kodigo. And Kodigo's played this one a lot, so I'm a little surprised to see Hog triple spell out of Wallace here, knowing that Kodigo's played this mini P.E.K.K.A Fisherman variation a ton. And this should be a pretty good opportunity to RG up in the back. Yep, there we go. An Irish door, thanks a lot for the for the gems there on the Trovo chat. Mikey as well, appreciate it. And look at that, Skeleton Dragon all over the tower. 662 to 741, final 90 seconds. These players playing for their lives right now. Winner will have a significant advantage over the loser with how close these standings are. And Kodigo to try to get Fisherman back down here pretty quickly, I think. And Wallace there sneaks that hog right on by. Kodigo in a bit of trouble right now. EQ does it. GG, well played. The High Fisherman from Kodigo opens the door and Wallace just steps right through. Let's see if we can get the stats on that one in here. I'm curious to see if Kodigo goes to the ban. He has not been. He's been banning off and on. That might become Wallace looks like a Vulcan. That's kind of funny. Not Vulcan, but like looks like Vulcan. I thought you said like a Vulcan, like from Star Trek, not like Vulcan himself. So ban is, I think, Sparky from Kodigo. And that's a tough one also. Win rate is the next, so the tiebreaker. So the first most important thing is your win-loss overall in matches. The next tiebreaker is head-to-head. If you beat somebody, you are above them. But if there's a tie, a three-way tie in match one loss, and a triangle tie amongst those three players, then we go to the set to the game differential, the percentage that you see. So that becomes very important. Every loss is critical here. If you're still tied there, then we go down to crowns, which is the next level. It gets nutty. It gets absolutely nutty, but this is going to be a tight finish here, folks. A very, very tight finish. I don't know. Flash is the interesting piece of information here at 2 and 3. Let's see if we got the stats from that one. I think we did finally. No precise matchup data here. Hey, Ron Swallow, good to see you in the chat, bud. It's so interesting. We are down to like the final few qualifying games. Oh, you guys want to hear a big rip? Cody going to start the game and say, today, because I wanted to max one card, I did make an in-app purchase, and I forgot to put in code rich before I did it. I was like, no! I wanted it back so bad. But yeah, I made an in-app purchase today and didn't put in code. I made the purchase and I was like, wait a second. I scrolled down and code rich wasn't in there, and I wanted to kick myself. I was so annoyed with myself. Ugh. Use code RICH, guys, to make up for me not using my own code. Wallace looking like he's playing Graveyard here. Although Snowball in this Graveyard deck? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So Graveyard both directions. When rich viewers are more loyal than Rich himself, says Alpha Moriarty. I know, it's hilarious, right? These casters ain't loyal. A 2-0 win here for Wallace would be huge if he can get it. Because not only would that give him the 4-2, but it would put his win rate up a little further. I believe it would take him to a 60% win rate. GY into the right-hand side. Poison down. To answer your question, William Sparky on the YouTube side of the chat, this is the last day of the group stage. The 32-player bracket starts tomorrow. 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. And there you go. Graveyard to the left-hand side. And a lot being spent defensively from Kodigo on this. He'll have a lot on the board for a counter push, but had to spend a ton in there. This is a good high muskie, but the poison will do a lot of work for the Brazilian. Codigo, though, does come out ahead and pushes the advantage on the right-hand side. Wallace is having trouble with the Musketeer a little bit. And the Heal Spirit a part of that. And look at that. The snowball from Wallace pushes the Muskie back into the Heal Spirit. Archers do step up. You'd think for a second, you'd think in a lot of ways that having Archers and Valk would make an advantage for Wallace, but so far that has not been the case. In a graveyard versus graveyard game, it's often the person who gets ahead first as long as no one makes mistakes. Musketeer continuing to cause fits for Wallace. Can't find a way to get to it. Kodigo doing a good job of playing Muskies high primarily, so the poison value isn't quite there. And of course that Heal Spirit. This one does not get the Musketeer, but it's been good so far. Final minute, triple elixir. And a good job there forcing the snowball out on the right-hand side. The Valk does not step up to tank, though, for Wallace, so Kodigo to hold on to his advantage and pressure it more. A very important Valk there for the Brazilian. And now a naked GY on the left-hand side, Archers in support. Snowballs in both directions, but that connection on the right-hand side should mean, unless Kodigo makes a mistake, he has this one. And that's going to be a lot of damage on the right-hand lane for Kodigo. It should be game number 2 going to the Colombian. We're going to game 3 here, folks. Both players knowing the stakes and taking this one very seriously. Remember, there's a $6,000 prize pool here, guys. $6,000. This is a no-joke event. 64 players in this stage of the tournament. Only 32 move on. I'm very curious about the matchup numbers on that one. You'd feel like Valk and Archers would give it towards Wallace, but Kodigo just never let the Musketeer be given away. And no clear matchup numbers on this one as we take a look at the data from Royale API. And the ban of Baby Dragon. Oh, there we go. That's the correct number. Wait, why did it switch? Oh, I know why it switched. Okay, that makes sense. All right, XS Butter, thanks for modding. Do appreciate it. Here we go. Game number 3 on its way. And as a reminder, take a look at who's playing. Wallace and Kodigo, 4 and 5. Winner gets a big advantage here. Let's go ahead and jump into our next one. Mortar Skelly Barrel for Wallace in this one. Kodigo going with Royal Giant. And so far today, this matchup has gone towards Mortar Skelly Barrel by a pretty big margin. Hey mods, don't announce that you're leaving, that you're both leaving on YouTube. Turn it into the Wild West over there. Oh, and yeah, guys on the Trovo, I do appreciate all the support. I'm a little bit busy at the moment, so I'm sorry if I'm not catching everything over there. But to Dad Ezio and Element and everybody, the dude, all you guys supporting over there on Trovo, do certainly appreciate that a ton. First 2 minutes away, so far no one out to any significant lead. Kodigo again running this mini P.E.K.K.A version. This is the one he's enjoyed. One second, folks, taking care of something. Wallace getting one more big-time mortar connection on the right-hand side, 12-19 to 14-28 in sudden death overtime. And the fireball misses the skeleton dragons for Wallace. Oh no. Luckily for him, those skeleton dragons won't be super impactful on the right-hand side. But getting them could have been a big impact to get those to get more skeletons on the board, or on the tower. One skeleton does not escape enough. RG to the left-hand side, mortar down the pull. Wallace looks like he has the defense pretty under control. Of course, right as I say that, one RG shot does come in. And that Log getting some more chip on the right-hand side, but Log now not in cycle against the Royal Giant. We are in triple, he can cycle quickly. But that's what happens with that heal spirit. Kodigo's gonna get one more RG down here on the left-hand side, I believe. Or he might just go ahead and cycle for spells on the left-hand line. Don't know if he can, though. Not gonna log this. RG comes down on the left. Fireball to the Musketeer, Log behind. If this RG, no, the RG does not connect, so Wallace gonna win this one by just over 100 HP and take a massive win over Codigo. So I'll have some information on what this exactly means in a moment. But that is a very important one overall. And here we go. Last match of the day for both Surgical Goblin and SoKing. A win here clinches it, guarantees the next round for Surgical Goblin. A loss here does open the door for his opponents. Of course, a loss here does not hurt him from the head-to-head standpoint, because SoKing not someone he's competing with for a spot right now. So what I don't know, guys, and I'm gonna try to figure this out, is where is Codigo's overall head-to-head matchups. I don't know who won between Codigo and let me take a look at this. Between Codigo and Nicoco. I think Codigo won that one, right? Yeah, Kodigo, I think, won the match against Nicoco. God, I gotta figure out this head-to-head stuff gets nutty. Ron, you been trying out this RG deck and getting murdered? Slow down with the RGs and single elixir. Play a lot of defense. Guys, a little update on the sub push here. I don't mean to push it too much, but it would be really cool. I'll hit it tomorrow easily. We are just under 70 subscribers away from 11,000. I think we were talking about this yesterday with Dip. I believe that the two of the top of the first four signings for Queso were SoKing and Surgical Goblin. Oh, is there some frame rate droppage there for a second? Sorry, guys. I'm going to be doing some teching in the next 24 hours to get ready for tomorrow, so things are a bit cleaned up for the next broadcast. Something in my settings makes my computer not like this. I need to fix that. Let me go jump on AppGrade here for a minute so I can see the overall results. I wonder if I can do it on Royale API maybe. Yeah, I know there's some lag, guys. There's not much I can do about it today. I will have to fix it for tomorrow. Let me go ahead and see Group H, today's group. So Kodigo took the loss to Wallace, has the win over Nicoco. And then, what happened between Kodigo and Surge? I think, oh, they haven't played yet. Oh man, so that's the thing. If Surge wins here, things get really, really challenging for Kodigo. I don't know. I straight cannot get the math on this one right now, guys. Here we go. Final few moments. And that's going to be it. Surgical Goblin takes game number one. So a win here secures Surgical Goblin's spot in the top 4. But then it makes Nicoco, Wallace, and Codigo all very interesting. Wallace and Codigo might be about to be set up for a showdown. Wait, didn't they just play? A little confused here. Hold on, I'll catch up on some of these things in a moment. Let's pop back out. Maybe I can look at the schedule here. Ah, that's what it is. That Wallace and Codigo aren't playing each other. So it's Morton versus Wallace. Interesting. And Codigo versus Flash. How is Flash only 2 and 3? So Flash is still in this somehow? How many more matches are there? Oh, Lince and Flash are playing right now off stream. Interesting. Let's go ahead into game number 2 for Codigo and Surgical Goblin. Or for SoKing and Surgical Goblin, my bad. PMW, or PM Waffle, thanks very much for this YouTube sub. Sorry I'm getting a little less energy here at the end of the day, at the end of the 4.5, almost 5-hour stream, guys. But it has been a long 8 days of Clash Royale and 4 more to go. And SoKing gonna get towered down on the left-hand side. And Surge gonna go RG right into a Hunter. And that feels like the win for SoKing. Fisherman Hunter. Gonna be very hard for Surge to break through at any point. Man, a SoKing win here would throw this entire thing into chaos. Into absolute chaos. You'd have Surge at 4 and 3. Nicoco at 4 and 3. Wallace potentially at 4 and 3. Kodigo potentially at 4 and 3. And Flash potentially at 4 and 3. Ramses, thanks for the subscription on YouTube. Do appreciate that a lot. It means so much to me. Guys, typically when I'm just streaming, not as official an event as this one, it's a little more chilled out and silly and fun and goofy. I'm trying to do my whole professional esports caster thing here a bit more than normal. So we're going to go to a game 3 here, folks. Fisherman opposite side of the bridge. Nice skeletons there from Surge. Of course, you probably thought the Fisherman was going to go on to SoKing side of the bridge, but doesn't matter. Here we go. Game number 3 coming up next. So let me take a look and see something here. So Lince and Flash, again, are taking place off stream. They're reaching the end of their first game. So Surgical Goblin banning Lava Hound here. And here we go. Could SoKing play spoiler against Surge? And just an immediate Hogs Heal Spirit push to open things up from the Spaniard. And of course, Surge with an immediate graveyard push in response. SoKing no banning all day today. And while that has not been his only issue with today's gameplay, gotta wonder if that plays any role or is an indicator of anything. Cycling Mega Knight in the back. If Surge can not fall behind on damage early, this should be his game in triple. But that's a hard ask right there. Mega Knight Bandit and does barely survive it. Well defended by Surge. And the bomb tower makes us even better against the Royal Hogs. Of course, Heal Spirit does change that a little bit. And that Barb Barrel gets the Musketeer out of the way, and this is going to be a nice little chunk of damage even with the Skeleton Dragons down. 1355 to 1459. Graveyard in right-hand side. SoKing with a slight lead here. Interesting choice on Surge to go with the E-Wiz version of Graveyard. Maybe because of how popular Ram Rider is with Inferno Dragon, or of course Sparky is right now. This Heal Spirit going to make a lot of trouble for Surge right now. Pigs all over that tower. Bandit going to dash to the E-Wiz. Surge with the lead. If they trade at this rate, this is good for him. And that poison, certainly valuable. SoKing up 2 elixir now. 1:40 left. Gotta figure out how to get the bomb tower without getting it completely blown up and get that Heal Spirit the heck out of there. And there you go. Heal Spirit dies on the vine. This was a good defensive sequence for Surge. He's had a few ones today. This one is one of the better ones. Should be back to another bomb tower here. And there you go. Doesn't get the value of the first bomb, but does completely stop that pig push and has a healthy baby dragon. It's been a long day today, folks. Going the opposite direction. Graveyard in. He can poison now, and that's going to be pretty much a good game. Baby Dragon says, goodbye. Surgical Goblin qualifies for the next stage. So there you go. Surgical Goblin in and on to the next round. GG, well played. Let's go take a look at the stats from that one. SoKing finishes an unfortunate 0-7 in matches on the day. And now Morton versus Wallace up next. I'm going to have to take my headphones off for a minute here, folks. The stream's gone a little longer than I'd intended. But the gameplay will be up. And I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Here's the overall look right now at the standings. Nicoco at 4-3, not in control of his fate. Wallace, a win here, puts Nicoco in a lot of trouble. Here we go. Wallace versus Morton. And I'll be back, guys, in just a couple minutes. Did I see someone say they like tacos more than burritos? Ban that guy from the channel. Get that guy out of here. Tacos more than burritos. How dare you? Maniac. Miner into the Musketeer, Pigs opposite direction. Wallace certainly does not want to leave things up to fate here. Four and 3, no guarantee. 5 and 2, you're going through. Did I just come up with that? You're darn right I did. Pigs down one more time. Bomb tower should be in cycle and goes outside with the bomb tower. One pig does escape. And that fireball going to put this right-hand tower in a lot of trouble. 3:24 remaining in the final 90 seconds. Heal Spirit behind these barbs. And just cycling fireballs now is Wallace at this stage. Not quite premature, but certainly a little bit living dangerously there is the Brazilian. So hopefully we just go right into the next one. And here we go. Ban is Graveyard for Morton. And the only match left after this one is over will be Flash and Kodigo, who I don't know the matchups here. I believe that Codigo could potentially push out Nicoco. Other than that, I have no idea. Minor wall breakers for Morton right-hand side. And double small spell takes care of that business. And the hog end to the left. And I gotta feel like hog EQ against minor wall breakers is the hog EQ's match. Edo Trad explaining why burritos are better. You know what? All right, big respect there for Edo. And log snowball with skeletons to the right-hand side. Morton going minor wall breakers back to back. Cassia, bro, you can like both. You can like both tacos and burritos. One is certainly superior to the other. You have to ask which one it is. I don't know if I can help at this stage. Slight lead right now for the Brazilian. Musketeer cycled left-hand lane for Morton. And nice early Knight there to pick up on the Miner. An interesting bit of spell cycle there from Wallace. Nothing to tank for these wall breakers, so log will be more than sufficient. And now EQ in with the bomb tower not targeting the hog. So now Surge has to, or Morton, man, I've done that twice today. Now Morton has to spend a little bit extra on defense and doesn't get it done. Thank you, Ahmed, for the sub on YouTube. Really do appreciate that. Hog in, should EQ here. And Morton not really trying to vary up his placement with the bomb tower. Oh, the snowball doesn't get the wall breaker, so the bomb tower has to come out. And now Morton with a 3 elixir advantage going into the final 90 seconds. Bomb tower will play some solid defense here on behalf of the Brazilian. Log to deal with that Musketeer and Skeleton's Hive. And then the Muskie doesn't connect by a hair for Wallace. And just like that, Morton's now back in the lead, 1090 to 1142. And the Fireball now giving Morton a pretty solid lead. Wallace now has to start actually trying to break through. And the EQ, just the super pre-EQ this time. Nothing for the Musketeer. But Knight does get the pick up in the back. Log plus Snowball on the wall breakers. Knight does get forward to take care of the Musketeer with the Skeletons in conjunction. And now here's where the triple spell might come into play for Wallace. 30 seconds left. Miner goes to the front this time, and a nice pickup by the Brazilian. Starting to swing towards Wallace at this stage. Just cycling Miner counters on the right-hand side. And that's a good Miner Fireball in from Morton on the right-hand side. I think he's going to win it, and he does. Unbelievable. Morton is brilliant. CRCR, donate the 10K and I'll say it. How about that? Donate 10,000 bucks if I say tacos are better? Well, I will say it if you donate it. How about that? I'm a man of my word. Let's get the stats update here. Let's get a look at the actual numbers on that one. Wallace banning minor. You can see Wallace at 4-2. 5-2 is much better than 4-3. Especially in this situation. If you donate 10K, I'll make a video just about how tacos are better than burritos. How about that? If you donate 10K, I will make a full-on video for the YouTube channel that explains in detail how your point is the correct one. Other than that, burritos are better than tacos by far. No question there. Here's the overall look at the groups as we wait for the Game 3 request to come in. Oh, please start the game. I have been here I love Clash Royale. 5 hours of casting is a lot of casting. It's a lot. For World Finals, that's one thing. For day 8 of the group stage of the Bren Chong Cup, 4 hours is about a good amount. Just saying. Just saying. All right, come on. Here we go. Game number 3. Morton and Wallace. Let's go. So Hog triple spell for Morton, it looks like, unless he's playing that Heal Spirit version, which I don't think he is. And RG for Wallace. Oh boy, come on. Let's go. Heal Spirited. And Morton does not give up the shot here. And that Hog going crazy on the right-hand side. And Morton might be about to throw this division into chaos. Huge, huge advantage. And we're going to end up with a 3-way tie at 4-3, no matter what happens if Wallace loses here. Then it just depends on who the heck wins and who beat who and what's going on, who am I, where am I, what year is it, who's president. Really? Are you serious? Man, life is weird for a time traveler. And Hog EQ doing a lot of work on the right-hand side. 513 remaining on the tower. This Royal Giant might do some work here. A little bit of work, not that much. And the Skeletons don't protect the Muskie on the first Fish Slapper. They do against the second. And now Morton's trying to cycle some EQs. Was that a bit early for the Earthquake cycle? Maybe not. The bomb tower should defend. And there you go. Morton going to win this one. And what better than for this group to be insanity? Morton goes 6-1, secures first place in the group. Surgical Goblin will be second place. And now we have 4 players, or 2 players at 4 and 3, and 2 more fighting to see who will be 4 and 3. And apparently I'll be casting Clash Royale for the rest of my life. I mean, it'll be nice in general, but I mean, like, I don't think that this group stage will ever end. I think that this group stage, even though this is supposed to be the last match coming up, I think this is the last match, but it'll play forever in like a weird... I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day a bit, actually, with this group stage of this event. Just wanted to point that out to you guys. This is starting to feel like Groundhog Day. Like I walk outside, and a guy says, "Hey, how are you? It's been a long time." And he has wearing like a hat and a trench coat, and I step on a puddle. You know, all that stuff. Kodigo versus Flash. I don't know the matchup stuff. I gotta figure it out. One of these two will go 4 and 3. Other one will go 3 and 4. And then who knows what happens. Have I gone crazy? Is that what Heisenberg is saying? Any favorite org in CR? Whatever one you're in. How about that? Here we go. Final match of the day. Flash and Codigo. Thank you, Swallow. Appreciate it. You guys should reboot Groundhog Day, as if it hasn't been done 1,000 times already in every sci-fi TV show of all time. Let's go. Final match. And I'm going to go ahead and jump on Royale API here for a minute and see if I can't figure out like the overall mathematics of who would go in and out depending on the winning and losing. The winning and losing. The wins and losses. So let me go ahead and check out the Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition portal. And let me look at our group today, Group H. So first we'll take a look at the matches for Codigo. Oh, have they not updated the portal here like this? Oh, come on, guys. Well, that's not going to help me right now. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at Codigo's matches. Let's see who Codigo won and lost against today. So Codigo lost to Wallace. So Codigo does not have head-to-head matchup against Wallace, but he does against Nicoco. I think that would mean that no matter what... Let me just go ahead and ask League Ops. Yes, forget it. Forget it. I'm trying to figure out what a win, because I'd like to know the stakes here. I'd like to know like what a win or a loss means here, in any way, shape, or form. Because the information is not organized in an easy-to-read fashion, I actually have no idea. Wallace beat Codigo, but Codigo beat Nicoco. I don't know if Nicoco beat Wallace. Entirely unsure about that one. And yeah, that's going to get a little bit of a timeout there, folks. Everyone trying to take advantage of me looking up the stats information. I'm not even sure if a win here means either of these players are in. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Pigs all over the right-hand side. Final minute coming. This game may or may not matter. I'm not entirely sure. Miner into the back. Go to the inside instead. Gets on tower. Snowball trying to make room for the Loon. Loon will get death damage, not more than that. Oh boy, Pig's trying to get on the left-hand side, or on the right-hand side. I know my right from left, guys. I've been casting for 5 hours and change. Yeah. Mire gonna go in. And the Fish Boy does not pick him up. Snowball pushes the Fisherman a little bit closer. And that's gonna be tower down. Kodigo takes game number 1. Trying to figure out from League Ops, guys. So I think that just eliminated both the players. I think that Flash had to win 2-0 to even be considered. I think Codigo winning means that neither of them can move on. I don't know for sure. The information from League Ops has been spotty at best on these kind of questions. Not even to be as disparaging about it, but like it has not been clear information on how that on all the different pieces of information. So here we go to maybe our last game that may have an effect on who gets in. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know why they're taking so long to send the game. Please start. I agree with you guys. Let's go ahead and check out. Here we go. One Heisenberg saying that Razor picked Surge's decks today. Oh, interesting. Was that on Twitter? Hog triple spell for Kodigo against probably GY for Flash. And that's a nice snowball in for Kodigo. And Flash already calling good game here. GY into the left-hand side. Log will clean up pretty much all of that. And EQ on defense. And that's a little note for you guys. When you're playing against Graveyard with this Hog EQ deck, you can use your EQ as defense against skeletons. It's not the most important piece, but certainly as an option. We'll see if Kodigo can lock this one down from this point forward. Oliver Gutierrez is saying that Tex-Mex is good. It's okay. Hog to the right-hand lane now. $10.35 on the right-hand side. Kodigo just working on that Musketeer. Not super worried about the Baby Dragon in this case, despite it being a potential graveyard tank. Flash not pulling the trigger. Tex-Mex is good. Sushi is great. Burritos are excellent. Barbecue is fire, though. I'll tell you that much. Texas barbecue, that's what's up. And talking about that, 363 on the right-hand side. Flash about to get burned here. Just a little more defense here from Codigo. No mistakes on this graveyard defense. And that should be enough to get up the win. Snowball in, Hog will get one shot, and that's it. Kodigo takes the win. Did it mean anything? I'm not entirely sure. We'll find out in just a moment as the stats update. And we'll find out right here on stream. I'm going to go ahead and put the stats. The stats will update on the right-hand side of the screen here in just a moment. And we'll know whether or not Kodigo, and he didn't. So there you go. That's it. That's the end of the event. You have it. Your qualifiers in Group H: Morton, Surgical Goblin, Nicoco, and Wallace, the 4 players going through. Dignitas completely swept out of the tournament. Kodigo, Flash, and Lince, along with SoKing. And that's it for today, folks. It's been a whole lot of fun. That's the end of the group stage. You've seen all these players. Tomorrow we're back with the first round of the bracket stage. 32 players playing a double elimination bracket for their piece of $6,000. But I'm calling it. I'm out of here. Peace. It's been fun. I'll see you manana.